Қайырлы күн, құрметті қатысушылар. Залдағы орындарыңызға жайғасуыңызды сұраймын.
Hello, dear friends. We are starting the work of our conference.
Уважаемые участники, просим проходить за...
Dear participants, please come and take your places in the audience. We are starting our conference.
Құрметті қатысушылар, Қазақстан Ұлттық Банкінің...
Dear participants, welcome to our scientific and practical conference, Introspective Analysis of Economic Policy from Expectations to Decisions. Today, we will have a very interesting discussion. I'm happy that you're with us. We will have a very fruitful program today. And now for the introductory word, I would like to invite the Deputy Governor of National Bank of Kazakhstan, the head of the National Bank Representative Office, Mr. Vitaly Tutushkin. Thank you, Hassan. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear colleagues. With a big pleasure, I would like to greet you at our Scientific and Practical Conference of the National Bank of Kazakhstan. Today's conference we named Introspective Analysis of Economic Policy from Expectations to Decisions. Today's conference is the 6th and the 4th year in a row we gather in this hall to exchange results of the research, professionally discuss the most relevant economic topics and find the feedback from colleagues and outcomes. In the context of our topic today, under expectations, we can see two interconnected levels. On the one side, this is economic agents that have the macroeconomic dynamics. On the other side, These are expectations of the research and regulators on how the models and tools work. Introspective analysis allows us to look at these two levels and understand where and how the gap occurs between the model and the made decision. Central banks do economic research not as an academic exercise, as a key element of their policy. Research provides a very stable analytical foundation for monetary credit policy, politics, in financial stability and on the other activities of the central bank. Research allows to deal with new challenges and create a bridge between academic conclusions and practice, enhancing the quality of economic policy, and that provides the institutional trust. We're very happy that during the conference we will see research works not only from the specialist of the National Bank, but also the economist of the Eurasian Fund of Stabilization and Development and Center of Research of the Applied Economic, IRC. Central banks and academic society community have the same goal: to understand better economic, but do it from different positions. Central banks have the unique data, institutional knowledge, and responsibility for the practical decision. And academic society has the methodological flexibility, independence, and the ability to look at the fundamental questions. In this sense, the cooperation, exchange of opinions, ideas, results, that's not just addition, but a very necessary condition of the quality. As Ben Bernanke, the former deputy, the former chairperson of the Federal Reserve System, the Alfred Nobel awardee, economic research has a key role in formation of the quality policy, helping to get rid of the bad ideas and improve the made decisions. And Mark Marconi, the former chairperson of the Canada Bank and Bank of England, now the Prime Minister of Canada, says that the monetary credit policy done in the world of high improbability, where we cannot rely on the early made models, requires the openness and transparency to ideas and approaches. Such formats that this conference that have been done just recently, this is a practice, a long-term practice for the grant to do research, and that allows to formulate the more specific and precise economic decisions and do the quality results that cannot be done in isolation. So I would like to say that the research agenda of the National Bank of Kazakhstan is focused on the interaction of researchers and practitioners, give the foundation for the open discussion. Now, let's look at the questions that we're going to discuss today. You see the very nice agenda that we have today. It will be divided into very interesting events between the sessions. We have 4 sessions. The first session will look at the inflation expectations. To manage the inflation process, it's not enough to have the factual dynamics of the prices. We have to understand how these processes are comprehended by economic agents. The gap between the official indicators and the subjective evaluation is a key factor. Communication of the central bank is a key role, has a key role, but its results and outcomes depend on the trust, transparency of signals, and media contacts. The most relevance is done by the research mechanisms formation. The second session, Public Finances in the Midst of Microeconomic Shocks, is very relevant as we have the external economic volatility and internal structural limitations. Macroeconomic shocks, as external as well as internal, do influence a lot the budget parameters. In these conditions, there is a big necessity of the deeper understanding of the channels of the shock transmission and evaluation of the long-term structural consequences. After lunch sessions will be very exciting as well. We will have a third session, which is credit cycles and financial stability, allocation and measurement. These questions are very much connected to the dynamics of the credit markets, loan markets. In uneven sectoral allocation of the loans can born disbalances and system risks. And the last fourth session will unite the works on the capital, on the macro and micro levels. The discussion of them will allow to form the understanding of the nature of risks in economics, looking at the key factors of vulnerability on the sovereign and corporate levels, and look at the ways of enhancing the sustainability of financial system in general. And thus, we will look at the results of 9 research, looking at the behavioral and communication factors. Uniting theoretical and empirical approaches, the conference will create a platform for discussion of mechanism of adaptation economic in the changing environment and looking at the practical recommendations that are aimed at the enhancement of macroeconomic and financial stability. Dear participants of the conference, thank you very much for opportunity to come to our conference and your interest to the questions. In conclusion, I would like to show my gratitude to all the presenters. Your engagement, professional interest, and the readiness to share results inspire very much and create a very nice foundation for further development. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Vitaly. Before we invite the participants of the first section, I would like to remind you about the organizational details. Our work is built thus. The conference is happening here in offline format as well as online format. We have representatives of different countries. We have simultaneous translation. We can discuss it in English, Russian, and Kazakh. We looked at the 2 versions to support the discussion. If you would like to express your opinion, you can come to the mic and express your views. You can also scan the QR codes. You have them on your badges and on the screen. And with the help of this QR, you can go to the application where you can express your opinion and ask your questions. So I ask you to be active for the nice discussion. I would like to invite the Presidium. So our first session, the moderator is Mr. Nurbalat Mukanov, advisor to the chairman of the National Bank of Kazakhstan. The first topic is inflation expectations and perception of inflation factors and media rhetoric. He is a practitioner. He is a researcher on this topic, and we will not lose time to introduce everyone. We will introduce only the moderator, advisor to the chairman of the National Bank of Kazakhstan. Nurbalat does the enhancement of communication of the National Bank. Hello, the floor is yours. Thank you. Good morning, dear participants of the conference. Dear guests, please allow me to start this conference with the first session that is devoted to the inflationary factors and media rhetorics. You all know probably that our goal is to decrease inflation to 5%. If we see this, the professional society of microeconomists and experts, they understand that the target is quite reachable. But with that, if we look at the inflation inflation situation, this is a 2-digit number. So in this condition, we have the main tool for the inflation expectation, that is a communication as a tool. You can see that the research in recent years, as per the communication, is growing in geometrical progression. And no wonder that this is happening, because there is a very important role to the communication that we can see. We can talk about the communication so many times, so I will stop with that and I will introduce our speakers. I have my colleagues from the National Bank, from IRC, AERC. They will look at all the factors of perception and expectations, and also the trust of the regulator. Allow me to introduce the panel. Mr. Arman Akpanov. Identification of Arman is very deep in the analytical process and informational, and what products make us believe in high inflation. Also, we have Ms. Evgenia Bak, and this is RC team, and Asan Ali. And Asan Ali does the machine learning and analytical part. They have analyzed more than 100,000 news to see how the rhetorics of mass media rule our expectations. Also, we have Ainur Jumadilov and Alisher Danginin. This is from my colleagues from National Bank. Ainur does the PR profession, and Alisher has big experience in implementation of the communication policy with regulator. They will have their view on how the population reads our signals. Before we start the presentations themselves, let's start with a small interactive. Please scan the QR codes. You have it on your page, the QR code. I wanted to start the session with a short question. Can you put it on the screen? And I will duplicate that at the end of the session to see how our expectation and perception changed. And the question is, what is the most efficient to put down the expectation? So the known communication, the information. So really, this is a non-trivial question. You can see that we did a bit of complication of this task. You can change only one thing. So I would like to choose both, but it's very interesting to see how you perceive this question. What is the most effective tool to decrease inflation expectations of the population? Maybe both of them are the tool. Let's see the results. Can we see the results, actually? Okay, where are the results? So the first, as you can see, that's clear that our session is devoted to communication, and the most our audience think that communication is the most effective tool to have the decrease of the inflation expectations, and the basic rate is also important. Thank you for participation. We will come back to that. Now, I would like to give the floor to the speakers. Arman, please, the floor is yours. Hello, dear participants of the conference. I will provide the results of the research devoted to the identification and the structure of my presentation, introduction, references, data, methodology, results, and conclusions. Inflation expectations very much influence the formation of the expectations of the population in Kazakhstan. The inflation is perceived differently than in official data. That is the price change, even though it is very important. We don't have much research in that field, and we can see the difference between the inflation expectations and the subjective inflation expectations. And the consumers, in their subjective judgment, look not only at the indices, but the individual and most noticeable products and services. So as a result, a separate category can look at the inflation expectation, that is the product markers. Identification of these products and services very much influence the expectations of the population, and that is a big analytical task. Looking at the subjective product portfolio is more important. We have to look at the subjective perception of the inflation here. In the world, the literature, there are a lot of works devoted to that. That is methods of manual and automatic look at the products and services. And marker products are the products, food products, and also the long-term products. They form the portfolio from the 4 products, and that is how they look at 1.6 million of product portfolios. The Central Bank of Poland has also conducted the research, and they look at the food products and non-alcohol beverages, also the utility services, clothes and shoes. And the authors note that consumers look more at the price growth than their decrease. The Central Bank of Ireland looks at the product portfolio at the inflation of the Eurozone. In general, these categories come to 22% from the general EC. And they look at the technical maintenance and the maintenance of the personal transportation, services on technical maintenance of the accommodation, restaurants and cafe, equipment for information, bread, and the Bank of Japan looks at the separate products and how the inflation is perceived. And it was identified that the oil prices and the food products and the prices for accommodation also are the impact on the perception of inflation. Look at the data. We looked at the medial evaluation of the inflation for the last 12 months. The results of the question number 26, on your opinion, the prices for what products and services have been growing faster for the last months? Also, the National Statistics Bureau indices of prices for products and services, indices of prices for the accommodation of the food products. Let's look at the methodology. This work is using several methodological ways. We look at the index, we look at the automatic, look at the combinations of products and services. Or the approach lies in the indices on the dynamics that is the most perceived by the change in inflation. We looked at the widening window approach from 2016 to 2020. The next step was looking at the speed of the services.
население может формировать свое.
It was supposed that population can perceive their ability basing on the balance. This is elastic net, taking into consideration this approach to choose the values and exclude the ones that are not important. As a criteria to choose the combinations is the mean discrepancy. And also there is a regression of parameters, and we take into consideration that all coefficients are not negative. And it means to take into consideration the time between the differences. It is built within the frames of the window. So starting from this point, we add each new month. Besides that, we take into consideration that population perception can be based not only for consumers' price, but also basing on the price for properties. That's why there is an index to show the prices for properties. Along with that, there was a model of vector autoregression, enabling to take into consideration the dynamics of several indices. The most frequent tool is impulse to assess the perception of price change in different categories of goods. Within the frames of VAR, we assess the perception of inflation, and we used the approach of impulse feedback. Let's speak about results. The first stage determined the goods and services mentioned by respondents to answer the question which prices grown. First of all, then we checked all combinations out of 24 combinations to check the most correlated indices with inflation. We used the method of the expanding window starting from February. As a result, there were 16.7 million different combinations. And in the graph on the left, you see the distribution of the index according to the frequency of correlation. And the meaning of correlation is between wide range. You see that the majority of indices are positive perception of inflation. It confirms that perception of population reveals particular prices. We should highlight that the indices are varying from one period to another one. At least once, some prices are in the category of good combination. But the preferred combinations include 10 best indices, graph from right side. This approach enables to get a stable understanding on the content of indices to understand inflation. The analysis of those indices shows that mostly it's about food, sugar, non-alcohol drinks, bread, eggs. And non-food include petrol, education, and rental payment for housing. The next step was to build an elastic net using the expanding window. We identified 17 values included into 65 models. As a result, we see the food, tobacco, fruit, vegetables, petrol, education. Together with that, analysis showed while forming perception, population take into consideration property price, especially for buying and selling. In this graph, you may see dynamics of correlation coefficients of different values using the method of the expanding window. You may see the correlation showing high level and more sustainability comparing to the official inflation level. The correlation shows that in general population catching up with the trends of inflation. Basing on those methods, we see the index of goods and services using the official method. This is a blue line and light blue line. And it shows much more sustainable line comparing to official inflation. The next step is to build autoregression model and using the shock of markers. And we should perceive inflation, the index of prices, nominal exchange rate of tenge. And we used exogen values from Russia. And we use standardized procedure using the informational criteria, and we checked the autocorrelation. In order to get much more reliable intervals, we made the analysis. It shows that positive shock of index goods markers shows the increase in 12 months for 0.63 items. It shows stronger sensitivity of population perception in index of prices for goods. Decrease of index can bring to the average reaction. The perceived inflation can be decreased only 0.3 points in 12-month period. Besides that, the reaction for the negative shock was statistically not significant, and it shows the changes comparing to the official changes in price. Within the frames of this investigation, we checked the method of automated combination for the consumer's basket. And also, we checked elastic net regulation, checking the prices for property. These results confirm that the most frequent category is food, petrol, education, property price. Also, population take into consideration property price. Additionally, using autoregression, we checked perception of regression, and it gives a quick feedback from population. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, I will try to answer. Thank you for your intensive presentation. Now we have Q&A session. There are QR codes. You can use QR code to ask your question online, or we have mics in the room. Or you can use microphone to ask your question. Please be interactive. I will start. My question is, yesterday we had a presentation of a central bank from Armenia presentation in Sysentak platform. There were interesting summaries regarding the perception of inflation. They made different study. They split a group into one group who knew the target on inflation. Another group did not know the target of study, target of inflation questionnaire. Have you tried to split groups into subgroups? And have you tried to include the knowledge about the target, perception of inflation, perception of the forthcoming inflation? I did not use the initial data from respondents. I used the median of perceived inflation and index of prices published. Currently, we perform this work. We are in the process. We study which way different information can impact the formation of inflation expectations. Currently, using preliminary results, we see that knowing the target can be reflected in lower expectations of inflation from population. In the future, probably we will present the results of this study as well. Thank you. No other questions? Second question. Have you checked a separate period from 2020 to further on? Was the structure same or structure was changed? Or is there anything changed and something is out of balance? Thank you. In the mode of the automated randomized selection of prices change, regarding the perception of the inflation, the consumer's basket of goods and services was different. But the basic list of goods and services, we call them marker goods, goods markers. In order to eliminate the retraining of the model, that's why we used the top 10,000 baskets. We analyzed the content, and then it was included into the final index of goods markers. But during COVID period, there were less of services in goods markers, and that revealed reality of those days. Yes, during COVID, we were staying at home, no need for services, not in restaurants. That's why share of services, different services decreased. Online question. Can you show the curve of shock for the goods markers? Also, not just showing, but commented. In my presentation, there are impulse feedbacks. In this slide, you may see a positive shock of index of goods markers. Next slide shows accumulated shock during 12 months. That is a negative shock. Okay. So it tells us that impulse feedback is getting quite fast. Just 4 months needed. Yes, it reflects the short-term perception, and most probable population in the moment reacts to the price changes, and probably it's accompanied by some information and some emotions. There is another question from audience. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Jana Turgaliv, Integrity, Astana. Thank you very much for arranging this important session. As you mentioned, it's a matter of communication from National Bank. National Bank communications were reinforced. And currently, there is a program of joint efforts of government and national bank. We see that the latest tendency is that government is more oriented to the national bank opinion. And regarding inflation, we try to understand, okay, latest month there is slower inflation, but if we analyze the basket, the factors, the growth of tariffs, taxes, and goods and services, I feel sad that Ministry of Economy is not here. The representatives are not here. We should work together in that regards in order to understand which way to work further on. My question is about import of inflation. We know we have import of inflation in goods. So government is promising something to reinforce domestic production, but no tendency like that. For future, I would like to see that National Bank works in tandem with Ministry of Economy, because population should have a proper understanding regarding joint efforts between government and AFR. But we don't see that in documents. We don't see measures, events, actions. So we would like to understand exactly what can be done. Then main tool is the base rate. Base rate is to be based. And there is a slowing of paces of business and economic activity. I believe National Bank will take a decision in the nearest future. There are some drafts. Yes, it will be a kind of shock for economy, but we should leave it through and move forward. I want government to look somewhere else, not only to National Bank opinion. Thank you for your question. Probably it's related to the study. The first factor that you saw, the goods markers, that means fruit and vegetable. The role of government is very important in that regard, to use stabilization funds in order to decrease seasonality jumps, splashes, to make it more clear the liberalization of utilities tariffs, to make it clear, understandable, expectable, to have no vague zone. And that would bring more stability in the inflation expectations. Regarding other goods markers, we should work jointly. There are 6 groups forming inflation expectations, including the property market. Property was not included into the index, but at the same time it's an important factor generating inflation expectations. So regarding the government efforts to support construction sector, regarding the affordable housing, so it should be targeted not to promote the increase of prices in property market. Yes, we work in that direction in majority of cases to decrease inflation. And the decrease of inflation is a result of our joint work. Is there any questions? One more question. Shall we go from so-called average temperature all over the hospital to speak clearly about the price of goods and services markers of the basket? We should say that the structure of goods markers is making up to 80% of the basket. The concentration only on the goods markers would not be correct, because goods markers are revealing the subjective perception of population. But more informative indices covering a wider range of goods and services, more than 500 of them, shows index of consumers' prices. We should pay attention to the base index of consumers' prices. But index of goods markers, it's more like an additional tool for understanding of which way population generates the perception of the current inflation, and also which way population extrapolates it to expectations. We should take into consideration that consumer goods, petrol and utilities, they are more visible and they bring more reaction in population. There are many questions, 10 questions. Shall we answer it later? Also, you can come up in person to ask your questions. Let us invite the next speaker. AERC team. Thank you. The topic of our presentation is inflation expectation in Kazakhstan, empiric analysis of reactions and tendencies of news rhetorics. As it was mentioned, we collected 1,000 Russian-speaking publications from the leading Kazakhstani mass media till December 2025. So the way we made collection of the text news, we will explain later. Let us speak about relevance. We believe that one of the key aspects to reach a low inflation closer to the national bank rate, this is about the expectation of inflation. Despite the fact we discuss it very frequent in the literature, there is no proper understanding of anchoring term. And regarding the inflation expectation, it can be split into 3 groups. First group, the literature characterized by tough approach. So the anchored expectations are those only relevant to the level of central bank inflation. This approach is really approached for developing economies and for analysis to understand the expectations of reactions for different macroeconomic shocks. This is just an approach registering the level of inclination. Second type is saying that anchoring is a lack of reaction for the long-term changes. And it can be considered in the time period from 5 to 10 years. Very frequent, it's described in literature, but in Kazakhstan, there are limitations to apply this method. First of all, it's related to the fact that long-term inflation expectation started to be measured only from 2025. So there is not enough data for analysis. Another limitation is that for developing economies, the long-term expectations can be characterized by higher volatility and limited informational content. Because companies and householdings, they have short horizon for planning in developing economies and in the terms and conditions of high inflation. So we decided to use approach number 3. It's similar to the second, but different. Within the frames of the third approach, anchoring means no reaction for short-term changes in inflation and to other macroeconomic shocks. So in Davis' paper, besides inflation. In fact, also the oil price was considered. And we will check the anchoring of expectations and
and also there was the evaluation done on the expectations, and our work also reflects that. For the check of that fact, we are looking at the sliding regression model, and our results are the same. We have the data on the slide that we use. This is on the actual inflation and the growth rates and the inflation expectations on that. We looked at the seasonal correction of the inflation, but we have to look at the growth of the currency rate. Was not done because we used the hypothesis of the efficiency of financial markets. We expect that in dynamics on the oil prices or the currency rate changes, there would be a special seasonal case. We would have a tax. So these approaches are not relevant in other research. As a colleague, so we have built the models, VR models. We looked at the stationary reflections. We can see the shock episodes in the inflation in the first quarter of 2022 that were connected to the January events. That is why, looking at these models, we included the efficiency variable. And we will look at the VR models more attentively. We looked at certain works. You can see them using the efficiency variables, so we will not look at them in much detail. As per the lag structure, we use the information criteria Kai, Kish, and Schwartz. On the slide, you can see the impulse impact on the shock factual inflation. As you can see, we can see the upper interval is here, and the result looks at the fluctuation of the today inflation. So there is no reaction of the inflation expectation on the shock of the actual inflation, and the formal lack of such a reaction can mean that we see anchoring, but that could be a very subsurface evaluation, and the colleagues are saying that the analysis for 2016-2025 gives us a stable gap between the expected comprehension of prices by the population and the actual inflation. So the expected inflation is higher than the actual inflation by 3-6%, and we cannot ignore that with this gap. That means that the expected or comprehended inflation can formulate the wrong inflation expectation. And looking at the actual inflation, and we can see not anchoring, but the difference in informational orientation when forming their opinions. And this is the colleagues' report that actually complements to our report. Lack of the anchoring of the inflation expectations, that's in a second VR model. That is not dealing with the change of the currency rate, tenge to dollar. You can see here statistically important the decrease of tenge can lead to the lag of 1 month, and the expectations fall. But we should know that in the further period, the reaction is not stable, and that is a short-term currency rate shock. So now we have the statistically visible sensitivity to the short-term shocks of the currency rate. And lack of the reaction to the official inflation shows the very weak communication of expectations with the published official statistical indicators. And I want to give the floor to my colleague. Thank you. So we found out that the inflation expectations are not anchored and reacting to the currency rate. And what is the eccentrical part? And when we came to that, we looked at the analysis of the media base, how we formed the foundation. So we looked at the websites, the business websites, and public and political. We didn't look at the commercial ones. We looked at the representation of the media. We look at the mass inclusion of those sources that are in the wider public. When we look at the period of notice, so we have such a long horizon to look at the inflational shocks, and that allows to look at the structural changes other than conjuncturic flags. So we looked at how we looked at our database of news, duplication, filtration of some pages, and normalization of the text. And after that, we had around 102,000 of the economic topic, the logics of 3 stages. The analysis happened in 3 stages. The first stage, after collection of the news, this is thematical modeling. We use the BERT topic. This is from the transformation models. The BERT will look at the main structural question, what do mass media write about and what proportion? Then the tonality, identification through the Gemini zero shot. We receive here the contents, how the topics are perceived. And the third stage, this is correlation, looking at the topical and tonal metrics, looking at the national bank data. We will talk about the thematic modeling, topical modeling. This is non-trivial method that we choose. What is the BERT topic? This is for the topical modeling. What is the difference with the traditional classical method? It doesn't work with the slots, but with the context. The alternative that we looked at was LDA, the directive foundation. This is a standard of the 20 years, but it has a set of limitations that are very important for our task. First, it looks at the pack of words. It ignores the context and the order. For the news, that's a big problem. There is the decrease of inflation, growth of inflation. It can be in one topic. Lexically, they are very close. And the second, it requires the a priori. So for the 100 documents in unknown structure, that can be a long time coagulant approach, and it doesn't work with short talks. So with short messages and statements, the characteristics is not enough for the stable accountability. And in the fourth, UD doesn't look at the currency rate. The word rate can be used for different contexts, and the topic takes off this problem. What is the pipeline? First, we have every publishing as a dense vector of size, looking at the BERT, sentence BERT transform model. So BERT will not use the semantic tasks. In a normal model of a BERT family, we have a lack of series stock, and what we are using for the proximity evaluation, so we use the sentence BERT, so it has the tasks of the pure approach, and so the vector proximity will be very close to the semantic proximity of text, even like the pricing of the products and growth of the prices, it will be the same even though the lexical difference. Formally, for every document we have this kind of formula. This formula on the slide, this is 768 for our model. That's a very high area. And the second is decreasing the size. We use a UMAC method, embedding this 768. So the high level will be on that. So in order to have these vectors projected in the area, we need to save the local structure and the global one. We take the alternative methods, classical PCA or DSNE. Now, they do not save the global structure, and they're linear. They work not so well with nonlinear data. So the clusterization, so the algorithm is the reflection of this. So we don't require to look at the number of clusters. We look at the density of the data, and we work with the clusters of a different density, what the classical algorithm cannot do. And that is also important for the noisy clusters. We look at the noise at the documents that don't form such stable clusters. Look at the alternative commits needs a fixed chi, and we're looking at the clusters of the same size. So this is not a thematic structure. And we look at the force interpretation. We use the modification of the acoustic method, but we look at the cluster-based FIDR. The idea is that every cluster is looked at as a pseudo-document, and we look at the importance of the words in accordance with other clusters. And the most representative words are the description words for this cluster. That gives us the interpreted profile. This is better than the word distribution that can hold some mostly used words. And also we have a hybrid approach here. This is a zero-shot topical approach. And this is our interesting topics, monetary policy, and we looked at the other publications. So we look at the clusterization and the expert domain base for interpretation of the structure. Here, the tonality, we have to identify what we see methodological approach, we should understand what we understand. We should know what we understand under the tonalities. So that can be in this. The inflation is slowing down to 7%. So we look at the tonality as the evaluation of the economic efficiency of the news. So it improves or worsens the perception of the situation. So we use the LM model, not the specialized classificator. We have a standard way. So looking at the tonality, Rupert or some other classificator, and this is the transformation of these models to the economic topic. That can be a systematic error due to the linguistic neutrality. It is not equal to the economic neutrality. And that is to teach the classificator, and that looks at the big number of publications for teaching the model, and then we lose the flexibility. And we see the zero shot. The model never learned by them on purpose. It looks at the general prompts. But the modern language models, they learn by the huge data and have the economic effect. We chose Germany because that is stable work with the Russian language, a long context window. And I will also talk about the architecture of prompt and the reproduction model. We had a zero shot. What is the idea? We take one role, and the model looks at the instruction how to do that analysis, and that is the criteria of classification, what we consider negative, neutral, and positive from the point of view of economic effect. And this is also the format of the outcome. We need a specific answer. We looked at the temperature parameter. This is a minimal indicator that gives us a dominated answer, the single prompt for the whole structure. Now let's talk about the results of the topical agenda. From the January of 2009 to December 2025, we had more than 101,000 unique news messages of economic topics. That's economic and microeconomics, finance, investments, and bank sector. So this is the inflation and the growth of prices. Almost 55,000 materials were devoted to the dynamic of the currency rate tenge to dollar. So this is a news evaluation. This is the structural property of media discourse. So now the topic of the inflation. In average, from January 2016 to December 2025, the news on the inflation with the negative tonality had a 40% of the general quality of the news on that topic, and the most of the negative publications on the inflation was in 2021-2022. That's a negative, neutral, positive, and non-defined. So this is a turbulence that we had when the media looked at the real negativity in the price situation. but we look at the behavioral as well. We had a very big gap. Here we have this to the asymmetric perception. The households look at the price growth more than at the decrease of prices and have a bigger response to the negative news. This is the analysis on the currency rate. You can see a principally different one. We had 29% of the negative publications, and from 2009 to 2025, 24%. So in the currency rate topic, we have a neutral dynamic, so it's more of an informational character, operational statistics, currency rates, the situation. Here, I will give the floor to my colleague for conclusions and recommendations. So the received outcomes evidence that the inflation expectations in Kazakhstan demonstrate a weak connection to the actual dynamics of the prices and characterize the currency-centrated nature, and they are not anchored. And on that, the informational phone itself structurally enhances currency-centrated nature of expectations in Kazakhstan. In other words, we see here the evidence enhancement of a systematic communication of the National Bank on the questions of the currency rate. We can have here the implication for the communication. In the public field, we can see it is not enough information on the actual inflation. We have more the media publishing the data on the currency rates. So the key recommendation will be to give actual inflation situation to the population. And we have to say that, and this is very much needed empirical, and we can see the households not perceiving the information, official information on the mass media, and we need to enhance the systematic communication from the National Bank side in the currency rate. Even though the targeting the currency rate is not an anchor officially, but there is a sensitivity in expectations in the dynamics of the currency rate, and that the communication of the central bank can be seen as a policy tool. So we don't recommend to have expectation, but to decrease the alarm tone of the currency rate publications. So also the systematic communication can be broadened, and there is an information presence on the topics reflecting the actual inflation. So we have to go from the focus of mass media, from the currency rate to the real pricing, in order to have less currency-centered approach.
Thank you, dear speakers, for your multifaceted study. It's like 2 in 1. Truly, the summary is a very interesting one, that we need to systematically provide communication on the exchange rate. But doesn't mean we should do that on a regular basis. It should be from time to time, event-based. 2-3 years ago, we started to publish informational updates as a verbal intervention, only when needed. In that regards, we move forward and we try to move the focus from currency to inflation. This is what we do. Probably you have noticed that communication was changed completely. We have an Instagram account, but not many things mentioned about exchange rate. Only as some explanations. I'm not going to ask my questions. I will let the audience to ask their questions. Let us start Q&A session. Good day, Jandos Ibraev, National Bank. Question to Alisher. So the summary on domination or about exchange rate in the expectations. No, his name is Hasan Ali. So the neutrality of exchange rate in news. So your summary is about the focus on the exchange rate, but still the majority of news are colored with neutrality. So such news as saying tenge has grown, for instance. Does it mean it's depreciated or it means it's getting stronger? Which way you perceive such news? If you understand my question. Thank you for your question. Your question is how far prompt, if we include some wording, some example, how far it impacts the answer. In general, it is covered by the structure of prompt. If we give an example, then we should give an example of the feedback to give an understanding how far it impacts inflation and exchange rate. So it's like fusion. To explain the model, the way it should react such messages. And we included not only for prompt, but in several prompts. Did I manage to answer your question? The latest half a year, tenge is getting reinforced, and part of negative news I did not see on your slide. Yes, the analysis period that we took into consideration, January 2009 till December 2025. So we did not include the first quarter of 2026 regarding your question. This is the end of December 2025. That's why the data is like this. One more question. I have a simple question regarding goods markers. The news on inflation, if there is no word inflation, and they discuss some tariffs for utilities, or they discuss the price formation for petrol. Such markers, so even if no inflation mentioned in the news, what to do? I think such news can drive population a lot, despite the fact inflation has not grown yet, but general perception from sellers and from buyers as well is formed already. And it enables to transfer that perception into prices, even if it's not about price growth yet. Yes, as you mentioned correctly, inflation and its derivatives were used for parsing, but for analysis we used semantic proximity and domain knowledge. What kind of topics can impact? After thematic modeling, we got topics such as petrol, utilities. Yes, they impact inflation and they were included. Such news published according to these thematics, they were included into our analysis. So we performed wide clusterization, and such topics and combination of words, growth of prices, growth of tariffs for utilities, that was all included into one big cluster on inflation. In the share of publication that we showed, took into consideration all publication, including goods markers. One more question. Good day. You performed a global research, but I have two questions. To precise. Hassan Ali, you mentioned that more than 100 feedbacks from mass media you included. Yes, regarding economical topics. And you studied several platforms of mass media. So my question is, according to my feelings, probably I'm mistaken, but very frequent, same messages may be repeated in different mass media in the same tone. So probably there is overlapping and duplicating. Have you taken into consideration this aspect? And within the frames of your model, the duplication can impact the result or not? My second question. Evgenia, it's for you. You mentioned that perceived level of inflation in your research showed that it's much higher than the level of the consumer's price index. Is there any mistake of perception of consumers, or maybe it's more about mistake in your methodology of data collection applied by the statistical agency? Because we see frequent that people saying prices grown much more than published by agency on statistics, bureau on statistics. Probably you have not studied that as an option. Still, there is difference, and we ask ourselves why there is a discrepancy. What is your expert opinion? Thank you. I will start to answer. So we analyzed 101,000 news on inflation, including exchange rate and others. And we analyzed that. Regarding the number of mass media, we checked 18 mass media from Kazakhstan. Tengri Media, Ulis Media. We drafted the full list of mass media, parsing, starting from 2009. Regarding duplication, yes, you asked the impact of duplication. Yes, we took that into consideration. If there is one news, it can be duplicated in another mass media, or maybe it can be described with other words in third mass media. We checked semantic proximity. If we see the publication is duplicated, then it's taken into consideration only once. Each news is represented once only. Yeah, this is a unique structure of news. If you make it without clearing, there were more than 300 publications. So we cleared the database of publications in order to decrease the discrepancies related with duplications of different news. Next question, the perceived inflation different from real inflation. It's a matter of questioning from National Bank. We compared with real level published by Bureau of Statistics. Pity to say, we cannot criticize the methodology of Bureau of Statistics. This is a well-known methodology, and probably the work of my colleague mentioned that population is perceiving their own inflation basing on the consumer's basket price. And what Bureau of Statistics is saying is in Russian so-called the average temperature of patients in the hospital means nothing. And probably colleague can answer more. I wanted to add, Evgenia started to answer. In general, in the world practice, this is a well-known fact that perceived inflation is much higher than the one published by Statistical Bureau. It's normal fact because population is focused on the sharp changes in price in the goods that they buy most frequently. This is what they can follow up. And also they bring the emotions into the price changes. It impacts the oral transit of information about price changes. So perception of inflation is higher than the real inflation. This is a very hot topic. There were more than 20 questions, but time is limited. So better during the lunchtime you may ask in person. The next speaker. They are from the Department on Information and Communication. The floor is yours. Time is limited. We will try to be extremely fast. Good day, dear ladies and gentlemen. Today we are here to consider the assessment of perception by population, the communications from National Bank. We would give the economic narratives and twin deficit. And if National Bank would bring the communications honestly and directly, so we suggest to use database. There are several studies performed. And separately we will speak about economic narratives and we will speak about trust between society and regulator. And Alisher will give us economical objectives and I will share the practical results. I will be brief on theory in order to speak more about practice. We considered three tasks: to identify areas to improve communications in finance market and specialized media. And communications of today, it's not just a strategic resource. The main tasks of National Bank is to increase understanding of implications among a wider audience. Also, there is an importance of understanding what is the regional specifics. That's why our long-term vector is to cover the deficit of trust and the transparency of the expectations and features are important. And we consider it not only through the quantity, but also through quality. That's why International Monetary Fund introduced the code CBT framework. In 2025, National Bank was evaluated within the frames of this code, and hopefully this year this evaluation will be published. For centralized, there is a limitation. Language barrier, low financial literacy, low coverage by the network, and uneven distribution between bigger cities and remote regions. It's not enough just to publish information to be perceived correctly. Our study consists out of two parts. Historically, communication went through different stages. It's about forward guidance. Communication is the key lever of monetary policy. At the same time, the international practice showing the importance of the balance and insufficient transparency should be covered. The transparency as the elimination of asymmetry, and there are transparency assessment tools. The transparency of National Bank was assessed as a 6 score, but later on there was 12 out of 15 in the score. Also, we started national other studies confirming the changes in communication. As the study shows that communications of National Bank became interdisciplinary sphere, joining macroeconomic, behavioral, economic, and digital aspect. So communicative policy is not just accompaniment of solutions. This is a tool on the economical behavior and trust. Thank you. So let us speak about practical part of our research. Initially, when we just started this questionnaire, the methodology of questioning was based on the joint Vienna Institute on the issues of central bank communications. And then this questionnaire was adopted, taking into consideration the particularities in Central Asia and in Kazakhstan. Why? We were focused on the questioning of the separate groups because we do understand within the frames of inflation targeting, the communications are not just addition but a part of communicative transmission, and it can impact the market situation through the expectations of professional participants, through the inflationary expectations and other aspects as well. And in the questionnaire, there were 3 main groups: financial sector, banks, insurance companies, communicative departments of the financial organizations, and expert communities, associations active in media field. This slide is dedicated to one block of questioning. Another block is for the wider audience. We will tell about it later. The evaluation of communication from National Bank on the base rate, we dedicated to the separate block in order to assess the opinion. 8 times per year, National Bank is announcing its decision on the base rate, and each decision is accompanied by a briefing with top management participation. In those briefings, there is a separate time for Q&A session for journalists. The key summary is that in 2022, there was an opinion that National Bank is giving the balance and open communication that helps the market to forecast future intentions, and it makes it better than central bank. This opinion was supported by 46% of respondents. And then in 2025, in January, the same question was positively answered by 56% of respondents, 10% more, almost. So means communication was structured quite good, and there is a positive dynamics regarding base rate, and it's noticeable. And at the same time, as far as you can see,
the correlation, the number of correspondents has decreased. They think that they don't have enough information on the forecasts and evaluation. We had more than 800 respondents, and we also had regions covered through the branches of the National Bank, also the Lombards and the insurance companies. The conclusions, we can see the professional participants of the market and media. The trust has grown by far. For us, that's a signal that people actually, especially the professional market, trusts more the official communication of the regulator. Also, here we can see main directions of the National Bank that we have extended. The number of publications have extended. If we take the period from 2015, when the National Bank had the inflation targeting regime, there was a key task to reflect as much information as we can to provide the necessary transparency, and the range of publications that were added into the communication of the regulator from 2020 to 2024, sorry. Then the key conclusions on the questionnaires of the professional participants of the market. This is financial literacy, and we can see that's the main barrier, and by 2025 the number has grown. That is also the request for a simplification and training. The dynamics is growing. The respondents notice that adapting complex economic signals into user-friendly and visually readable form is becoming a crucial element of effective communication, shifting the focus of the target audience as well. If in the questionnaire of 2022, the key was the population, now in 2025, the respondents have noted that the most important audience is professional participants. And also, the interesting thing is when we sent the questionnaire in 2022, the number of respondents who wanted to fill in the questionnaire in national language, it was 15%. And in 2025, this number grew by twice. More than 1/3 of the respondents wanted to answer in national language. So the myth that the financial market is Russian-speaking, this trend is now changing very much. And even people working in this profession, they, with the general trend, are here. We also looked at the young people without infographics and numbers. The information is not perceived. So these are also focus groups that questionnaire was done by the independent company. So the respondents assess the National Bank as competent, as consistent. But with that, we can see that in a wider population, there is no understanding of the role of regulator. And you can see there are some wrong understanding. So, and only 56% show the control of the foreign mass and 54% of the foreign currency regulation. And the 5% inflation target is seen as difficult to achieve, and this is among the extended audience of the focus groups. So the skepticism about that in the professional market is much less. The tools for improving the efficiency of the National Bank communications, that's developing financial literacy in the region, simplifying technical information without losing transparency, and adapting communications to the mass audience. So this is a main target for all central banks of all countries. But in Kazakhstan, this is a more difficult task, as Alisher has noticed. because we're looking at the deficiency of attention. Thank you, dear colleagues. That's a very interesting research. I don't see much activity in online participants, but I can see question out of the audience. Thank you. I will have a question to the whole session. My question is, I lack, and the session is called Inflation Expectations, so I wanted the focus on how to anchor these inflation expectations. What do I mean by anchoring? There should be trust towards the monetary policy, and if the national bank increases the basic rate, the inflation then will decrease, and this scheme should work. And if we look at the historic one that happened in this year, and this plan didn't come true, so the basic rate and the inflation rate, there was a quite high gap. So what I didn't hear was how to conduct the communication policy. First of all, why the basic rate doesn't work, and the inflation decrease doesn't happen in many cases. That is not clear. That is the problem of communication policy. Here, that is not just a problem of the national bank and these questionnaires that you can see, the professional and the general market. That's a lot that the market does. And that is what the government has done, so the inflation doesn't fall and the basic rate doesn't grow. So even though the basic rate might be high, that is only the government to blame, and we have a big gap in communication policy. And the regulated rates for the electricity and gas, and that's also on the basic rate. And this is a quasi-fiscal operations risks, and there is no clarity from the government side. And the rates will grow like this and that, and we can forecast something. And we can see how the inflation will be influenced by that, also by the quasi-field. For 8 billion plans transfers from the national fund, that was okay, and then it grew to the 340, and that also influences the inflation. There is no communication. And we would like really to see it from the national bank, how to solve this problem. Anchoring is not always happening. And if the national bank for 80% has the clarity, then there is no clarity. I want to touch a little bit the national bank. As it was said, a big influence is the currency policy. Where are we moving? Where the currency rate is moving? By the analysis of ARC, this is big in clarity because they talk about the fundamental factors. So it should be 460, 480, or how did this happen? When in November the currency rate was weaker, the fundamental factors did influence the situation. I would like to ask the National Bank to get rid of this in their questionnaire on the devaluation ones. It would be also very useful to see what the population is thinking. Will it become weaker or stronger? And the last factor that I was talking about, the inflation is very much influenced by the property prices. Again, the basic rate doesn't play any role. The pension fund allowed to take money, that was big pressure. The thresholds were raised again. The mortgage market does not anyhow look at that. So we don't have this connection that everyone is expecting that the inflation goes down because we have different factors. We need to understand how the national bank is going to impact that. Thank you for this question. That's not a question, that's a question with an answer. Because I have nothing to add to your question because it has all the answers. Really, we do have different problems, accumulated problems that we are trying to solve with the different, for example, the utility issues, and we try to react as for the basic rate influence. This is an efficient tool of the monetary loan policy. So we might have this opinion that it doesn't influence the inflation. It does, but other factors can lead to the inflation growth that you have named actually. But if we decrease the rate, we can see how the basic rate influences. So we can see this thesis is the only one that I can argue with. But we have to grow the coordination and require more from the government to have more understandable rules, because the economy has to grow on the rules. We need to have understanding what to do. A little bit in this case, we need to grow, and we from our side are trying to help as much as we can. We can discuss that furthermore. Let's give this question to online participants. We have one question from the lack of information side. Can I comment? The thing is that the calendar has information on the statistic and analytical information. This is not an event calendar. With this conference, it was published on the 21st of April, and there was an additional communication. But in general, it's good to have a separate event calendar so that there is an understanding. This is an analytical calendar and statistical. Thanks to the author of this question, we tried to be fast in our presentation. We didn't do the representation. So in our research, we have a separate section on limitations where we know that we have to interpret the results with the confirmation bias, because the authors are the part of the press service. And the professional audience random choice, because we had the interested audience, but between the extended sociological groups that did this questioning with all the social methods, and that questions can be representative. With the professional market, why we did this independently? Because this is what is done by the central Deutsche Bank and the Bank of England. We looked at their practice, because usually the regulator himself has a wider access to the professional audience. Thank you for your question. As for the infographics, there was a question on that. We are moving towards this. Many publications have the infographics. The statistical information has the explainers. What does it mean? What data is revealed in analytical research? We are implementing that from 2023, but we have a lot of work to be done. Can I comment also? Go back to that question. It was very interesting. It was quite a relevant one on the communication. I want to start with the joke. Based on research in order to understand the presentation of the professor in physics. You have 6 years of a degree in physics, and if to understand the presentation by the National Bank, you need a degree, 6-year degree in economics. So we have to simplify communication, and we have to go back. We see a lot of publications on the currency rate. In August of 2025, on the currency rate from the general economic agenda, and now it's a 40% share. This is still the rhetorics, media rhetorics, that is for the mass media. We have to react for the shocks, and we need to change the focus from the discussion of mass media, from the currency rate to actual inflation. And as per the lack of efficiency of the basic rate, that is more about the limited inflation impact. It works on the deposit basis, for example. It really needs to the safe behavior, and that also forms the basics for the demand decrease. We have a very interesting discussion. We have a very little time left. The last question is, and I want people to answer this question, how to measure the understanding, how important is the communication in the inflation expectations. Let's try together the same 40. We have 13 questions. So by the end of the session, I would like to say big thanks to the speakers for the analysis, for the very honest questions, and we would like to look at the results. We don't have that much activity. So in a preliminary, I can see that the results didn't change much. So they think that the communication is left as it was. The main one was, because really, it's just random choice, only 33% we have voting. In general, I want to say that we won't take that long. I suggest we continue our discussion over coffee. Let's go to coffee break. And I want you all back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Құрметті қатысушылар, орындарыңызға жайғасуыңызды сұраймыз. Уважаемые участники,
Dear participants, please take your seats.
уважаемые участники, мы готовы начинать наш
Dear ladies and gentlemen, let us start our second session of the conference. Please take your seats. Before starting the second session, let us make a nice mission. Starting from the last year, National Bank took a decision basing on the macroeconomic research to award Ұлттық болжаман. This is a name of a word in Kazakh. And let me invite the deputy chairperson, Mr. Baymagambetov, for a word. Good day, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. During the last year, the macroeconomic research became not only tool to collect information about expectation, but also professional dialogue between the banks and other participants. Today we were speaking about expectations of population, but also there are expectations of professional players on the market. And they are modeling inflation, they analyze the actions of national bank and government. And there is a multifaceted forecast and took into consideration during our questioning. Last year, we introduced the award to a respondent who provided the most precise forecast on the key macro indices. Last year, award was provided during the scientific conference. The year ended, several months passed, and seems to me it's a great audience to appraise colleagues for their active participation in our questioning. For us, it's important to have precise forecasting and involvement of experts and colleagues. It's not only about the point of view that is in line with our point of view, but it's a matter of high-quality analytics all over Kazakhstan. This is what is important. To determine the winner, we checked the least amount of discrepancies and active participation in questioning. According to the results of 2025, the best results during forecasting on economic growth is for Alatau Citibank Analytics team. Let me invite the colleagues from Alatau Citibank and award them with the Ұлттық Award for the high quality analytics and forecasting. we award you with this national award. And we thank you for the active participation. So in general, there were 16 investment organizations and analytical teams participated in our questioning. Every year we have more and more participants and respondents. So if you have good analytical teams, those who are ready to provide monthly macroeconomic forecasting, you're more than welcome. And my congratulations to Alatau Citibank. We thank Alatau Citibank team. And the next session is dedicated to macro shock. And Mr. Baymagambetov is the moderator of this session. And also we invite all participants of the second session to take their seats in Presidium. I kindly invite all colleagues to take seats. Let us open the second session to discuss. One of the key factors of macroeconomic stability is sustainability of state financing. Regarding the questions during the first session, also questions were asked during coffee break. This topic is vivid and sharp. This session will be dedicated to analyze the macro shock and state financing and the circumstances for the macroeconomic sustainability. Let me invite the speakers and present them. We have a good mixture of representatives from Central Bank and other organizations. First is Asel Mirmanova, 7 years experience in this area. Ladies first. Professional activity, Asel is about the monetary policy, cash flow and dynamics of cash aggregators. Analysis of the mechanisms, communication with central bank and communication with fiscal and monetary policy and different sectors. Adam Zhuzbaev, head of department on the monetary policy. He worked more than 10 years working in National Bank, and now he's the leading developer of forecasting models. He elaborated a new model to take decision on the base rate, and he analyzes the business activity. He researches the activity of consumers. Last year he took part with his research on empiric evaluation of the cash mass to inflation in Kazakhstan. Adam also a professor in Kazakhstani British University to share his knowledge on the monetary policy. One more speaker is Ashat Mukhtarov, who is the head of AERC, graduated from Munich University, named after Ludwig Maximilian, and he showed a great career growth. He is interested in the public financing, economy of public sector, and inequality in financing. The public financing, this is the main topic for Ashat. Before giving the floor to the first speakers, let me remind you, like before, after each session, there will be Q&A session. Also, you can ask questions using QR code. As before, during the first session, please use the QR code to choose the most interesting questions. Microphone also a good opportunity for self-presentation. But also there is an opportunity for online questioning. First, I give the floor to Asel Mirmanova and Adam Juzbayev from National Bank of Republic of Kazakhstan with their topic on macroeconomic shocks and public finances, the specific transition and transmission of mechanisms and implications for Kazakhstan. These are separate mechanisms and impacts on Kazakhstan. In general, the inflation and exchange rate are the key macroeconomic values impacting the state financing. Within the frame of this understanding, there is a system of interconnected channels impacting the debts and the sustainability of fiscal position. In the current works on Kazakhstan, we analyze the impact of fiscal policy to the key macroeconomic aspects like inflation. In that regards, we believe that there is a deficit in researchers to analyze the feedback channel. In the current work, basing on the model on the vector correction of mistakes, we took an attempt to assess the impact of inflation on the income and debts, the dynamics of debts and fiscal position. In general, the weakening of national currency within the frames of available foreign research, it gives serious fiscal risks for the budget. There are two classical mechanisms why inflation can worsen the current tax income. It could be lag in incassation. According to those mechanisms, the tax liabilities may show a lag. That's why before coming to the budget, because of high inflation, the real cost of taxes depreciated. Nominal deviations due to the growth of salaries and income, the taxpayers may show higher nominal values. It's relevant to the countries with progressive taxation. And at the same time, they may show same ability to pay taxes. So without automated correction for this mechanism, it can increase the average tax load by default. Contemporary literature shows three main channels through which inflation and changes in exchange rate can impact the budget, income and debts. Let me show you the analytical overview for 2023. There were episodes analyzed of 2021, 2022, accompanied with the pressure to the expenses. Despite the growth of income, in general, this effect depended on the structure of institutes and policy of indexation in different countries. According to overview, it can worsen the budget position. For the countries with the external debts, the changes in exchange rate can increase the expenditures to service external debts and the amount of external debts. It may happen through the channel of a reassessment of the external debt and also via effect of the higher rate, percentage rate in national currency. Also, in case of weakening of exchange rate, there could be another risk. So the cost of attraction may grow. in case national currency is weakened. Also, the weakening of exchange rate because of the increased external debt may worsen the saldo of budget. Also, it can worsen through transfers and having input more expensive. And the main focus is on non-trade sector. Regarding inflation, it may index separate expensive that may take a big share in expenditures such as social payments, salaries, contracts. This way, it increases the expenses of the budget and also the expenses of the state procurement. So in the countries where there is a considerable share of imported equipment, so it could be seen the most of all. In Kazakhstani literature, mainly the researches were done on the adverse impact, the impact of stimulating fiscal policy to inflation and other indices. For instance, Zhakupova and Khanetova, the authors, mentioned that the expansion during economic boom can result in negative circumstances, like growth of inflation, decrease of efficiency of state investments, and removal of private investments. Tulev, Bakhjanov, and Zhuzbayev, using their model, showed that before targeting 10% growth in Republic budget resulted in 0.7 inflation growth. After introduction of that, same happened, but less, 0.4% of inflation increase. In 2023, it was found out that in Kazakhstan, the primary growth of budget, especially to service the external debt, brought up the increase of import 0.4% during 5 months. And under same circumstances, it's more than impulse of import. So it could be a circumstance of the effect, and state expenditures may stimulate the growth for the imported goods, but also indirectly can increase the impact and bring to the growth of the consumers' demand. According to the 23-24 years, there was a high relevance of inflation risks. It was mentioned that high inflation weakens situation and provokes the expenses from the state budget. So I finish the analysis of literature and give the floor to Asel Mirmanova. Let's speak about empiric part of the research. We assessed which way the exchange rate can impact fiscal indices. In this research, we used quarterly data. We included the indices of the oil GDP exchange rate, the rate, primary saldo, and external debt. The variables with the seasonal components to compare the landscape provided in the database of 2010. This normalization shows percentage and give an opportunity to make a comparison. We checked the rates to indicate the saldo and the non-oil deficit. So we deducted the constant value in order to deduct negative values before logarithming. It enables to apply logarithmic change, and in case of decrease, it means worsening of the value. This way, model was built using logarithms. Further on, Basing on the impulse feedback, we checked fiscal indexes impact to the exchange rate, starting from income level. According to the evaluation, the growth of inflation brought the growth in income 1.1% in 1 year. And in case of price growth, we expand databases on different taxation. This way, budget gets much more money in nominal value. But we speak first of all about nominal effect. So growth in money means does not mean worsening of fiscal position. Regarding exchange rate changes, the graph on the right side, the results are different. The weakening of tenge does not bring more income. Vice versa, there is a decrease. It can be related to the fact that negative impact to the domestic demand, import became more expensive for separate sectors. Model assessing the total effect for the whole economy. So there is a growth of expenses for business and also expectations of business and population changes, and it decreases the consumer's growth. And it may decrease marginality as well into the tax basis. At the same time, in this example, we take into consideration without transfer. So the growth in income does not look controversial. Let's speak about the expenses from the budget. So it increases the expenses 0.9% during 2 years. It's explained by several channels. First of all, part of the social obligations require actions. So state, like other economic agents, is facing growth of prices for goods, services, and equipment. Thirdly, there is a rise in investment projects and state programs. So inflation can impact not only income, but also quickly bring to the extra expenses. So weakening of exchange rate results in the growth of expenses because of import dependency in several sectors. And also, there are goods and services sensitive to exchange rate. So oil saldo impact. For Kazakhstan, this indicator is extremely important because it enables to assess the state financing without taking into consideration transfers and oil income. So it shows the basic state status in financing outside of oil sector. It shows that it worsens oil saldo 1.2% during 2 years. And during the weakening of exchange rate, it gives negative impact, 0.55% during 2 years. It means that outside of oil sector, the budget positions are sensitive to macro non-stability. Next value is primary saldo of budget because it shows the status of public finances without taking into consideration the external debt. Means without taking into consideration expenses to service external debt. So it means current status without taking into consideration the current liabilities or accumulated liabilities. So there is worsening because of inflation, and also in case of currency exchange rate weakening. So besides servicing external debt, the main articles of the budget are subject that saldo is worsening.
With that, the growth of inflation and the currency rate devaluation can go through the a decrease on the general fiscal indicator. We can see the graph and the very vivid effect reflection with a decrease by 1%, and that goes with the external debt growth during the 2 years. This is a real valuation of the debt. If we account for the national currency, that's not the only channel. It can actual valuation on the external debt was not evaluated because we looked at the currency rate because it is nominated in the foreign currency. If we do the conclusion of the on the research, the inflation can really, in short term, improve the budget. And with that, that has a more limited short-term effect because there is a growth of expenses, and it doesn't lead to the seen improvement. At the same time, it can do the load of the external financing. Also, the stability or sustainability, with the other words, the forecasted inflation is also balanced. It is not important only for the monetary policy, but for the sustainable state of the budget. From the practical side, the results look at the monetary fiscal policy. So that goes with the pressure on the fiscal expenses, state expenses, and the position itself. And we want to know that this study can be extended, and there will be a detailed analysis. We are ready to answer your questions. Thank you for your attention. Please ask the questions. You can use the QR. We have questions from the audience, please. Hello again. Thank you very much. Can you please tell me, I have a question. You say that you consider the increase of the inflation, but it leads to the increase of the nominal profit because both of them include the growth of the prices. How did you escape this trap? Yes, that's actually as it is, exactly as it is. In the nominal numbers, this is how it goes. But if we are looking at the budget, in the present current prices, everything is done in the current prices, and we wanted to see the nominal one. I won't agree with you here. I think it's a bit wrong, because then your opinion is not showing the real numbers, because you don't know why this growth happened. This 1% and 2% I couldn't write down, sorry about that. But this might have happened due to the inflation expectations on the inflation growth, and the inflation doesn't lead to the growth. It leads only to the numbers growing. But there is no growth of expenses, though. Thank you. In general, this is a classical influence of inflation on the profit part of the budget. As both me and my colleague have said, the taxes are paid in nominal parts, and VAT, for example, is very sensible to the growth of inflation, but for fiscal, for the stability, it is not enough to have this short-term analysis on the inflation. We need to see additionally how this inflation will influence the expenses, what will happen to the social payments with the investment contracts. That will also be a part of the expenses part, what will happen to the salaries, and that will also increase the expense for stability of the state finances. We need to see the deficiency or the saldo. Of course, we need modifications, and we can take the primary balance of the budget for the countries, for the export-oriented countries such as Kazakhstan. And then the oil part is also important because you know that the decision on the transfer volume is done discretionally. That is not depending on the dynamics of the inflation, not depending on the, this is a conceptual I'm talking. And then the inflation, taking one or the other decision for the transfers of the budget. It might influence, of course, but we're looking at the structure that is built so that the main part of the oil money goes to the national fund. I should take such a trend question. There is an opinion that the currency rate weakening actually leads to the inflation, but you have the other mechanic of that. So how does it influence the national part from the extended one to the narrow one? So that can happen from the exporters. That can happen, and it happens actually. We should understand that we can actually look on how the currency rate influences the economic activity. We need to understand that this influence is multidirectional and differently directional and is not linear or straightforward. The oil part of our export, we should understand that. So on the very long-term horizon, it changes, but not by far. And looking at the export, we should understand that the import works in the retrospective. So import is very sensitive to that, and the correction of the currency rate will influence the volume of the import in material and nominal one. That will actually decrease the economic activity and in general volatility, and that will decrease, enhance the uncertainty at economic agents, and a range of them might postpone investment contracts, and that will have the limiting effect on the economic activity and on the profit part of the budget. So on the expenses, it's more clear, and I have explained about that. But to say for sure about the weakening of the currency and this leading to the better position of the state financing, this is, of course, not something that you can do. That's very partial, and that was a basis for writing this research. I suggest we have two other questions from Eugenia Park, our previous speaker. On the impulse, that is for all the quarters. That was one important question, and I can see in English. We can take these two questions.
Between monetary and fiscal policy, if yes, which one converges towards the other? In other words, which one leading and which one is following? Good question, maybe a little bit beyond the topic of the paper, but in any case. Вот давайте вот эти два вопроса постараемся покрыть, и чтобы оставаться в рамках времени.
Let's cover these two questions and then turn to the other one. Thank you very much for the question. Let's start from the end. I will start with that. Of course, the coordination and single direction of the fiscal policy is very important during the analysis. What else have we seen? With the low inflation, you saw it in 18, in 20s, you saw the inflation being in the targeted corridor. And during these years, if we look at the 2016, that is a new regimen of the monetary policy, and the deficiencies of the general oil and budget deficit. And that talks a lot about the low, stable inflation that is as well influencing well the state finance. And with a connection to that, of course, these policies do influence on each other. And for achieving the general targets, and from the point of view of the government and national bank, this is some optimal level. That's inflation at the goal and economic growth at the potential level. So that generates the state finance, and it doesn't lead to the pressure of prices. So when we did the VECO model, and also more technical answer, and also the trust intervals is problematic. And it was not presented. Looking at the assessments during the trust period, yeah, because it's in dynamics. So that is statistically correct. Looking at the impulse response in short term, the inflation in a very short term can improve the profit part of the budget. It might seem good, but in the long term, we can see that the general effect is negative on the inflation. It's an interesting question, but we need to be in time. I saw an interesting question on the Ministry of Finance and inflation. Do we have any more questions? We can ask the speakers and talk formally. So let's give the floor to our next presenters, structural implications of pro-cyclical fiscal policy, inflationary financing of public debt, Ashat from IRC. Thank you. Hello again. I would like to share the results of our work. I shall start with the fiscal policy analysis on its cycle and how this is connected to inflation in the country. We assess the fiscal policy with a classical method, temporal budget constraint we look at. We have a model, so we have the HP filter. We'll look at the potential GDP, compare it to the potential, and we look at the gap. Couple of comments. We look at the yearly indicators in 2025. And another comment, and we have HP filter has this start, so we can consider the data for the previous period, and in order to get rid of that, we can look at the forecast, and we didn't come up with anything. We just look at the consensus forecast, and we could take the macro requests, and then we built this gap. Now the fiscal impulse was built with a structural cycle balance of the governmental budget. So the change of this deficit should reflect the current decisions of the power, and it doesn't depend on the economic cycles. We looked at several cycle profits, and then we have did everything except the taxes for the raw oil, and also taxes for the natural resources. Besides that, we took off the expenses for the state debt. That is the consequences of the decision of the previous periods, but we're looking at the current budgetary decisions. And besides that, we have defined the structural definitions. We look at the transfers that come from the national fund. They're not in the logic of the fiscal one. So we looked at the state budget, and it equaled from tens. It equaled to the $46 per barrel. So we looked at the price from the current rule. So we actually are trying to compare it in the graphic. You can see at this long term, we can say that the policy is pro-cyclical. From 15 years in tens, we saw pro-cyclicality, and it is a characterization for the periods with the positive ones. When it comes higher than the potential, the fiscal are trying to increase the deficit of the budget. This pro-cyclicality has its own consequences. Before the consequences, we can look for the last 2 years. We can see in 2024, and also we can see the 2026, it is the fiscal gap, and this is a potential positive signal that is important. We have to keep in our head that we need to save the budgetary rule for the long-term horizon. The practice shows that from the very first year we had 5 budget rules that are all different from each other. We started from one budget rule on the price flow. In 2006 we had it changed absolutely, so there is no price of cutting. Transfers are limited to the size of the national fund, of the active of national fund. And then there was a foundation for the change of the rule again, and the transfer was fixated on the $8 billion US. And then in 2016, it changed again. It would be defined discretionally in the law, in the budget law. And this number could change in 2024, for example, that we had not enough tax payment. The first defined plan was actually happening up. So it was changed, and we actually closed that with the price of cutting, and we again started again. And we started all over again. So this positive trend, we need to save it by modernization of the current rule with this pro-cycling fiscal policy that prevails. So what do we have? We have pro-cycling fiscal policy, and the consequences are that during the positive gap, the multiplicated effect is statistically impaired. And that's the articles of 2020. They say that with a positive gap in Kazakhstan, it doesn't lead to statistically growth of GDP, but with a negative gap, the impulse and multiplicative effect is statistically important. And then the pro-cycling policy forms the positive results that actually limits the transfers. So it can lead to the debt growth. In all the previous periods, we were able to cover it through the transfers from the national fund. As we know now that there are consequences such as a disbalance and the growth of the state debt, we want to see how this can be financed. We're looking at the equation. On the left, we see the level of the state debt as expected, and then we have the profit on the right. So it has to be financed with a profit somehow in some point of time. With that, we can give 4 versions of financing of the state debt with this. So the first one is the growth of tax pressure. With that, we can see the, for example, the GDP growth with the tax pressure.
And it's a matter of redistribution of oil rent from sovereign fund into the budget. Method number 3 is the growth of data-based growth. When economy grows, under the previous tax load, the growth in economy should bring the growth. So there is meaning of the price. So unexpected growth in price can depreciate the nominal value of the state debt in real means, and it decreases the debt load as well. So we are interested to have two latest options, because the growth of the external debt cannot happen continuously, and the spending of the sovereign fund is limited because we have budget rules. The latest two versions are the ways of self-financing for the state debt, because no discretion measures required. So it's financed itself from economic growth and from inflation growth. So we are interested to check what is the share of self-financing of the state debt after the shock of state expenditures growth. To check it, we grow the model basing on the article 2024 from the journal Econometrics. We have the disturbance in equivalence, so means growth of expenses is not accompanied in the current period of time. And the growth in the state expenses is not accompanied with the tax load. So all that together with nominal rigidity of prices, it brings to the result that the boost of state expenses stimulates the economic growth and activity. Then, as a part of households have a regular issue with survival. The dead ones replaced by the new ones, and the old ones do not take into consideration their use. So they don't take into consideration also the use of the new ones, so no altruism there. In case omega is less than 1, then probability of survival is less than 1, means less than 100%. Means individuals, the discounted rate higher, means they're gonna consume more, and their inclination to consume is more. If individuum can see that there is increase of state expenses and increase in the state debt, he or she expects that probably in the future he would not face the growth of the external debt. So he will spend more in order to pay the tax later on. So there is a simplification suggested by methodology. The income of individuum is balanced. Accordingly, all individuums are paying equal taxes. And it's shown in equation. The households maximize their use. At the same time, the budget is limited. So from the company's side, we have many monopolist competitors. They have differentiated goods. Their function is to produce, and we consider exogenic technology and labor. To model nominal rigidity of prices, we apply Calva method. There is a probability of 1 minus theta to revise price for their products. Accordingly, a company, to maximize their income, they stipulate particular price, and maximization of margin is equal to the Phillips curve. From the government side, we have fiscal power and monetary power. Fiscal power is applying tax through the state expenses, and they issue securities with the term 1 year. And they have budget limitations. And the values are in real means. On the left side, you may see the state debt to the end of the period T+1 in the real value. On the right side, you see state debt minus taxes, minus state expenses, and the real rate in percentage. So if we are going to make this equation as linear, so we will get the following equation. So same here. So this is the function of deviation of tax income from sustainable equation. So it means that h minus 1 period of time, government is not increasing the tax load. All that is taken from theta minus y. It means that there is a shock of state expenses in the zero period, and then no fiscal correction happened. Means government does not increase tax load, and everything goes well. And in the period of time, H0, H minus 1, so there is a self-financing of the state debt. After the period H, government discretionally takes decision to increase tax load. That deviation of the state debt from the sustainable balance should be 0. So it goes to the sustainable balance back. The part of that is modeled the following way. Monetary authorities stipulate the nominal rate in such a way that the real rate somehow should depend from the gap. But take into consideration that National Bank does not have a mandate to decrease the unemployment or to increase the economic growth, then this parameter before the y should be equal to 0. That means the rate is constant. And the nominal rate of percentage stipulated by National Bank is to be constant. So all this system is equal to the following. And we are interested in this slide. Here is a share of self-financing of the state debt, the period from 0 up to h minus 1. And this is a share of self-financing is split into the growth of the tax database and due to the growth in equation, growth of inflation. This theoretical part is calibrating the model. The discounting coefficient should be equal to 6% annually. Then Phillips curve inclination is 0.4. Sometimes we do it less in a value. The value is to be investigated separately. What kind of Phillips curve inclination should be. Next, the probability of individual survival is 0.9%. The tax rate per income is 0.2%. And then the reaction of monetary authorities is there. And the longer the period H happens, means fiscal correction, then longer the period of self-financing. Self-financing is going to 1. So still it's mainly about the growth in tax database. So the state debt is self-financed from economy and sometimes from the growth of inflation. So the share of self-financing reaches 29%. Out of that, 7.1% is financing from inflation rate growth. In 12 quarters, it is 45.2% and 13.2% accordingly. Here we show an alternative model where Phillips curve inclination is less 4 times, means 0.1, and it results in self-financing only through inflation growth. So there is a question, what is the meaning for Kazakhstan, the Phillips curve inclination? What kind of value it should have? This is a topic for the next research. To summarize, in Kazakhstan, starting from 2010, there was a pro-cycling fiscal policy implemented under the current budget rules, limiting transfers from national fund. It may bring that state debt can increase, and this state debt could be self-financed in case government does not take decision to increase tax rate in order to bring back state debt to its balanced status. This shares self-financing growth in case fiscal correction is away, and the share of self-financing is about growth of economy, but not due to the inflation growth. Still, inflation growth is there, up to 34% in the threshold value. Thank you. Thank you for your interesting report. It can result in many questions. Let us start from the first one. The counter-cycling is related to decrease of economic growth. Should government give some advances for the targets of economic growth? What do you think? The counter-cycling, should it be related to the aspects? So it's suppose when the economy growing higher than potential, the government should decrease fiscal impulse, means they should decrease the deficit. In case of economy growth decrease, the counter-cycling should increase deficit and increase the state debt. That economy should get back, or the fiscal power through the additional demand should stimulate the economy growth, and it's getting back to its potential. I have one remark. In my analysis, we took into consideration data only on the state budget. Probably it would be better from multifaceted approach, and we did not take into consideration quasi-state funds. But in the long-term horizon, we don't have data on the quasi-fiscal funds. In that regard, our work is not done from multifaceted approach. We would like to make same analysis together with calculations on quasi-fiscal funds. Then the picture will be better and results could be changed as well. Good comment regarding taking into consideration quasi-fiscal funds. Probably, yes, it's not simple about statistics. I see the questions from Murat Yerzhanovich from the audience. Please ask shortly. The main question is about what should be considered as a counter-cycling policy, because counter-cycling fiscal policy is related to growth. But counter-cycling fiscal policy is resulted in use of national fund. In the law, it's stipulated this is saving for the future generation. And secondly, is to eliminate negative impact of changes in price in external markets. So counter-cycling should work differently. As you mentioned, in 2024, 2025, there was a counter-cycling policy. So from another point of view, if we correlate the price changes and their impact to the economy. So counter-cycling was pro-cycling in 24-25 years. So it should work the following way. If oil price is high, so we make savings. If oil price dropped, we use that money in such a way. We get stabilization of economy, income and expenditures from the budget. When you say that 24-25 were good years, vice versa, they are the most difficult years from my point of view. It was an infringement in counter-cycling policy because 6 trillion we spent in 2023, 6 trillion in 2024, 5 trillion we spend next, so it wound up the inflation and increased inflation. So the concept of counter-cycling policy should be different, and then your research should be different. Why? So it's against the law on the national fund. National fund should be used to stabilize fluctuations of the oil price and impact to the economy. Good question. Thank you. I would like to get back to the presentation. In our analysis, we modeled counter-cycling. We took into consideration transferred from national fund. There is a stabilization function and saving function. We took into consideration the transferred from the national fund the following way. The logic is the following. If government is increasing the transfer from national fund, this is a stimulating fiscal policy. That was reflected in our research through calculation of structural oil income. So we calculated the income to the state budget that could be formed in case of cutting price, if it would be equal to $45, for instance. If the oil price is higher than cutting price, then everything that is higher than oil income is considered a stimulus to the economy. Everything that is lower than that oil price, we modeled that shortening of fiscal impulse, and it is reflected through the deficit in structure and in correction. It means we take into consideration oil income from the point of view of structural price. The year 2025, regarding that, the fiscal impulse was negative. It's true. But we should make difference between fiscal stance and fiscal impulse. Fiscal stance was still positive, and it reflects the amount of financing from fiscal power. In 2025, it was 3.2% from GDP. It means government shrinked its fiscal impulse, but amount of financing still was positive. So government continued to stimulate, but amount of stimulus decreased 0.4% from potential of economy.
No.
Dear colleagues, I can see that there are a lot of questions in the chat, but we are trying to look at our time limit, and I will take the courage to take a couple of questions, one in Russian, one in English. Can we interpret the growth of self-financing as a temporary decision for the budget, or it will be the delay of more serious corrections in the future? With the fiscal correction delay, it helps us to come to zero, and it will come to 34% of the channel. Yes, self-financing sounds really nice, and you can do this. And this is a stability of state finance, and in the long term, we can see this actual decrease, which helps us to do the inflation financing and the tax tax base. We should look at the overall amount of expense. This is the first block of questions, and the second is in English.
Is zero. Are you not manually killing the interest rate channel of crowding out effect? How do you justify muting monetary policy? Ну и со своей стороны, как куратор денежной кредитной политики, хотел бы сказать, что все-таки на самом деле мы во всех своих моделях.
I should say the curator of a monetary policy, we understand and we consider the economic cycle, and the growth of economy is not part of our mandate, but we take into consideration the cycle and the growth of economy. That's just a small thing that I wanted to say. For the first one, much depend on this state fee, state debt that we're looking if during all the periods there are no additional inputs, no shocks, then really the self-financing share, this is self-financing, this is the growth of economy and inflation. Part by part, it will lead to this jump or very acute increase. And then there will be calibration, but if during all H-1 periods there will be additional shocks, then during 5 years there will be a necessity of a very fast fiscal correction, or then the state debt will go away and become higher and higher. That's for the optimistic one. We can see the self-financing, like we don't need to do anything. But that will actually question the stability. And we need to see what kind of expectations we have. If the agents foresee the first 1-2 years, we have some state problems, and this effect will go away, and economic agents will be much more significant. And for the fee, we can module the fee in a very nice alternative specification. We can try to do that. And theoretically, we can see, does it equal to 0? In that case, most likely we can do the counter-cycling of the monetary means. We can see the fee with the positive shock of the state expense. It might lead to a real rate coming to the decrease of the share of self-financing with the growth of economy and with the growth of inflation. That is for the rate going down. From my point of view, I should say that it is a very acute question for us, and for the necessity of the perimeter of analysis. We had a speaker in one of the answers, and we saw the statistics, but really that is a very relevant question. This is not very easy to do. In the press conference, in our recent one on the rates, we talked about that. I suggest that all these interesting questions and this very important topic, we will have lunch very soon, and all the speakers will be available. And during the lunchtime, we can discuss all that things. We can actually use this opportunity. At 2:30, we will have the third session devoted to the credit cycles and financial stability, allocation, and measurement. I suggest that at 2:25 we gather here so that we start the session on time. Now I can see that due to the very dense schedule, Madina has found time. I invite you all for lunch.
Уважаемые участники, просим пройти в зал, занять свои места.
So we are ready to start our third panel discussion. The third session is devoted to credit cycles and financial stability, and I would like to invite the participants. The moderator will be the Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Kazakhstan, Vitaly Tutushkin. Dear colleagues, good day, good afternoon. So physically it will be the most difficult session after lunch, after rest. In the recent years we had only 1 hour, now we had an hour and a half. So I hope that others will come. The third and fourth sessions are very important, very interesting, especially for those who do the consequent research. So this panel is called Credit Cycles and Financial Stability Allocation and Measurement. We, as previous colleagues, we have the participation in Q&A. We have a mic in the audience, or scan QR on your badges or on the screen. Please ask questions, be active. Today we have two presentations and 3 speakers. Ms. Kamila Daniara, the main analyst of the National Bank. Kamila is a graduate of the Moscow University named after Lomonosov, has a master's in economics. More than 2 years she joined National Bank. Professional sphere is analysis of liquidity risks and macro regulation issues and cycles. Aigirim Kasembekova will be the presenter, also the senior analyst of the National University. She has finished Nazarbayev University in economy and master's in financial, and had the grant from the National Bank. She does the systematic risk analysis and preparation of the analytical materials. She has her research in the stability of the macro system and financial stability. Our third speaker, our colleague, has come from afar. Daniel Grishin, the economist in EFSD. He came from Moscow. Very nice. Thanks to you, our conference became international. So we considered ourselves as international. So it is international every year. We have a guest note from Kazakhstan. Daniel is responsible for the analytical products and also for the macroeconomic modeling, and does the support of the economic policy. Before joining the fund, Daniel was a part of the Bank of Russia, where he did analysis and did different research. Yeah, we don't have any former bankers, banking workers. Also, he's a candidate for the economic sciences, for the economic and monetary tools. He does the structural modeling and applied economics, and is the author of the reference documents and the Mark Russia. So the first floor is given to Camila and Aigiri. Hello, dear participants of the conference. We'll present our impact of sectoral allocation of credit resources on financial stability. Our key question is to look at the impact of sectoral allocation on credit resources. We look at the tradable, non-tradable branches and looking at how it might influence this. So we will look at the contents, we'll look at the data, look at the methodology, and we'll finish with the conclusions. In the latest years, the economy of Kazakhstan had some changes in the bank loans. Before we had the loans for business, now on the first place we have the loans for populations. We can see it with the statistic data. We can see the level in Kazakhstan by the condition on 1st of March 2026. This is 62.1%. And the business credits, business loans, 37.9% of the main portfolio. This is a very high growth rate of the population loans and domination of the retail sector. This might not be considered negative or positive 100% indicator, but that is due to the economic growth. We have to note that the biggest credit growth has its financial risks, and we look at the sectoral growth when we have good and bad credit booms. So the growth of a credit itself might stimulate economic growth, but enhance the disbalance and vulnerabilities with a certain position. So if we look at this adequately, do we have only the loan itself, the nature of the loan influencing the situation, or on how it is done? As I said, in the economic literature, the development of the economic sector was connected with the growth itself, but then we started to study risks with the overloading. And the latest research is looking at the importance of the sectoral structure of the loans. So one of that is the Miller-Werner research. That is a key one that we based our paper on. The authors used data on 116 countries from 1940s to 2014, and in their research, they studied how the sectoral structure would influence the microeconomic fluctuations. So this is one of the tradable sectors, and the probability of crisis grows, and this also enhances the stability of the growth. This is enhanced by the other research that is done that enhance the importance of the loans and the debt of households and private sectors influences this and leads to this, and we can form a specific consensus. Not every boom is the same in the microeconomics. If we turn to the data, to the proxy, we used this, the indices that is used for monetary, external sector, and corporate sector. This index aggregates the unity of the risks. And if we look at this, we use the credits of the economics from the banks of the second level, and we differentiated them by subjects and credits for the business. So this is tradable and non-tradable branch. Everything was done by the credit and GDP. That was done in the current prices. On this slide, we can see the detailed indicator that was used for C, and that is from 2007 to 2020. And that is the optimal threshold 40. You can see it on the graph. This index of financial stability is in the high-risk zone. The risks become higher and they can influence the economy. On this slide, in more detail, you can see how the loans, economy loans, this is business and population. Here, the industry and the agriculture, it was tradable branch, and then communication, transport, trade, and construction, other is non-tradable branch. This approach is in accordance with the literature, and the same was in Miller-Werner research. For more detailed analysis, we did the targeted, so we had mortgage, consumer loans, and others. Then we go to the methodology. In our research, we used the local projection model. It was used because the research that we did, the authors used it, and with the advantages depended with the VAR model. That was done because our choice was quite, the local projections allow us to be more flexible. That is why we stayed with this model. In order to specify the allocation credits, how they impact the financial stability, we constructed impulse responses based on local projection, varying the loan allocation specification. How the credit share influences divided by GDP. We have some economic sense in that, and then when we turn to how subsectors impact the index, we took the natural logarithm of the main loan of the subsector. Why did we do so? Because the share is quite small. Due to this, we have a problem of the statistical sense. That's why we use the natural logarithm. It allows to make it more stable. So now let's go to the specification of the model. We have two parts. This is a solo model and the joint one, and I will explain what that means. That means that to see how sectors influence the stability, we use the solo model. That means that it can be measured only by one sector. For tradable is one equation, for non-tradable is another equation. And we had two types of shocks: an increase in share of the relevant type of lending in GDP by 1 percentage point, and shock of 1 standard deviation. As per the joint specification, the equation considers all lending segments under consideration. For 3 lending sectors, the equation considers the tradable and non-tradable sectors and household lending. For each of the 3 lending sectors, the equation considers its subsectors. In this case, 1 percentage point shock is specific to a particular sector or subsector. So also we wanted to clarify the research that we used. They had the yearly data. It was a 10-year forecast and 5 lags. We took 4 lags, and that allows us to look at the short-term and mid-term forecast. Don't have that much data that we used on. Here we can see the results that we received for the first. I wanted to explain this blue line is the index itself, financial stability index, and once it goes down, the risks are decreasing, and if it is higher in the positive zone, that talks about the growth of the financial risks of financial system. By the results that we received, we can notice that for the tradable sector, in the short term, there are some shocks, but then they are decreasing stably. But in non-tradable sector, it's very obvious that the risks are in the high capital intensity at the outset, while loans subsequently strengthen stability through increased production, exports, and foreign exchange earnings. We want to say that even though our trust intervals have 0, include 0, and with the solo specification, they're quite extended. When we look at all sectors, these intervals go short, and this is the random choice that we did, and it is doesn't catch the economic logics, even though we have a small limitation. The statistic importance is here, and the risks go up. So we connect this, we can have, and we have the credit loan of the company does the pressure, and that is why. And the production grows, then it goes to the export profit, and then the risks become narrow. And we have the opposite dynamics in the non-tradable sector. Risks are low, and then they grow. That is due to domestic market overheating and lack of foreign exchange earnings. So it turns out to be profit. So it is a very big impulse for increase of this. So we can see this per the loans to the lending to the population. We can see very obviously when we take, and there is a shock, and there is a lack of the household loans, and that also very much influences the vulnerabilities. On the next slide is what I said in the previous graphs, and we can see the impulse replies that we had for the subsectors. Let's start with the accreditation of the tradable branches. So both segments, agriculture and industry, have a decreased trend, but the agriculture has some periods of risk increase. Maybe that's because to the specific risks in this segment, because lending to the agriculture very much depends on the external risks such as weather conditions, volatility of prices, seasonal lack of volatility, and everything else. On the non-tradable sectors, we can see the combined dynamics are largely determined by the larger subsectors, primarily construction and real estate. which is included in other sectors. This is the short-term reduction in risk reflects the temporary stimulating effect of debt and liquidity growth, but in the medium term, the financial stability increases. On the next slide, we can see that the general dynamics of population lending that is done by the consumer loans, it is all in the positive zone, and by the end, it's the narrowing of the trust interval. So the main here, the main contribution is done by the subsector. In the conclusions, we would like to say that our results really proved that the sectoral loans really influence the financial stability. I will repeat myself again, that growth in lending to households and non-tradable sector increases pro-cyclical risks and makes the economy more sensitive to domestic demand. Conversely, lending to the tradable sector has a more stabilizing effect, supporting export potential and sustainable growth. The problem lies not in lending to a specific sector itself, but in the imbalances and overheating that arise from its excessive concentration in certain segments. Monitoring not only total volume of loans, but also their distribution by sector is important, taking into account structural changes in the economy. Additionally, it is necessary to consider the role of development institutions and specialized organizations, which can change the distribution of the risks in the economy. Our analysis might be extended further and in general can be improved. As we said, also the number of the choices. So thank you for your attention. We are ready to answer your questions.
Thank you for being on time. It's important. Dear colleagues, let us start Q&A session. If no questions from audience, so there was a general question. What is the optimum value? So why it's 40? The optimum value 40 was calculated by our colleagues by minimization of the noise to signal. It enabled to balance the errors of the first and second type. This is done by our department, and also Index of Financial Stability annually published in the report on financial stability as a part of report. There is a breakdown in details for each sector, and there is a detailed analysis of financial system provided. Thank you. Second question, if process is a general one, so why feedback became considerable? So can it be because of misinterpretation of parameters? Thank you for your question. So can it revoke or reveal the problems, the misspecification? Why we decided to use the local models? It's more relevant for specification, and also not to let different problems to happen, heterometric problems. In econometry, we used New West evaluation. This evaluation enables the equation to stay stable, and that's why we believe that in general the misspecification should not appear. But if data would be expanded further on, I believe the statistical relevance will be higher because starting from 2007, we had 60 observations, and then due to lags, they shrinked. And then I believe step by step, it will increase in statistical consideration. Being an analyst in my past, I can envy the authors of this article of 2014. So you have quarterly and annual data. Any analyst is dreaming about such data despite historical changes, but still it's possible to work with that. When we have such a database, probably there will be no questions. A question from the audience. Janat Nurgaliyev, Integrity Astana. Thank you very much for your report. It's very interesting. So you explained the consumers' loans from small and medium-scale business. You use international methodology. And the government is saying that we are going to export transport services to sell. So did you shrink the area of trading? Are you limited only by industry and agriculture? Because we see there are so many loans provided to transportation and communication. Logistics is about Western Europe, Western China. How far it's correlated with the policy that you perform and that the government performs? Thank you for your question. In fact, we used classification in order to use classical approach, not only for this research that I've shown, but also for other researchers. In addition to that, you gave a good comment. I believe step by step, when we develop export of our transport services, it could be referred to the trading sector. But trading sector is mainly related with production, manufacturing that is exported. And regarding the scope of transport export, we should revise in order to be precise that we can include it into the other segment. Thank you for your comment. This is a very interesting one. Okay, thank you. Slide number 13 in the presentation. Can you please turn it on again? And we see a jump on the slide number 13. Have you tried to use variables? Dummy. Thank you for your question. We decided to be careful, and we did not use dummy variables because our dependent variable, the stability index, already includes, out of 5 sectors, lots of other macro variables, financial variables, like it was shown by another colleague. And besides that, when we calculate the index, it has similar elements. It's not dummy, but similar to that. So we decided not to use yet, but further on in the future, maybe yes. Thank you. We can ask some more questions. Ramazan question. How you split the understanding, how far the risks impact the structure of loans? Thank you for your question. Like Camila mentioned, the equation already includes the previous value, and take into consideration that the index of financial stability includes from different sectors. It enabled us to control the risks that we have in the system. One more question. Have you checked loans in tenge? Have you taken into account the shock impact into the trading and non-trading sector in tenge and in US dollars, both? No, we took into consideration the loans in tenge only. Is it expressed in tenge only? Sorry, I did not understand your question. Oh, we took into consideration only tenge loans. So you did not take into consideration exchange rate? No. No risks like that were taken into consideration. So your sphere of interest is macroprudential policy. What about macroprudential measures? What can promote healthy allocation in Kazakhstan? Now, as we noticed, the majority of loans is for population in the form of consumers' credits, loans. And the balanced structure of the loan portfolio introduce different macroprudential measures. One of that is sectoral KBK buffer of capital starting from April 2026. Also, there is so-called KDN, and there is a question ratio from debt to income in order to restrain the needs of loans, the appetite for loans. It may balance the loan portfolio, and it would provide loan allocation in this system. Thank you. Very interesting report. Thank you for your answers. Now we start the second report. And now I pass the floor to Danil Grishin. Good day, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for this great opportunity to report at National Bank of Kazakhstan platform. Let me present the results of our report regarding the loan gap. This methodology was developed by Eurasian Fund of Stabilization and Development. In this presentation and study, we check the issues of how to improve the reliability of credit gap estimates, a constrained Hodrick-Prescott filter approach. These are calculations as a basis in our work, and also in scientific literature. We see scientific discussions that there are several limits to apply approach recommended by the Bank of International Calculations. And in our report, we are not criticizing anyhow this approach, but we correlate different adaptation for the terms and conditions of our countries, CIS countries, the countries members of the fund, to understand which way to improve this methodology to get much more reliable estimates of the credit gap. Before we speak adaptation, let me give you some context. What does it mean, the credit gap? How far it can be calculated according to the methodology of International Calculation Bank? It is calculated basing on GDP, and there is an amount of GDP of 4 quarters, 1, 2, 3, 4. And there are key aspects of methodology of International Calculation Bank. They suggest one-side calculation of Hodek price calculation, and lambda 400,000. A good approach, but in general it works well for the countries having quite long period of time, up to 100 of years. And the lambda 4,000 value is discussed in literature. And the authors come up to an opinion that 4,000 value is equal to the credit length 30 years, quite a big value. But for our countries, 20, 30 years maximum of high-quality statistics. On the right side graph, you may see the results of International Calculation Bank applied to Armenia. This is official data from Central Bank report of Armenia. In general, we see filters working, but sometimes we see a period of loan expansion around 8 years when we see the overheating of loan activity. This way we come up to an opinion that we need adaptation of this methodology to our countries. And further on, let me give you a small reminder which way HP filter is working. Any time period, GDP itself can be in 2 components. Stochastic trend that can be stably growing, and fluctuations compared to that trend in a cycle. The filtration is performed by minimization of functions of losses. And here the key aspect is in lambda parameter, because it's exogenic, and as a result of filtration, depending on the cycle, the result depends on that. And so it depends on the suggestions, on the length of cycles in economy, and many other aspects as well. There are options of one-sided filter and double-sided filter. One is recommended by the International Calculation Bank. Its particularity, one-side calculation, that component is calculated for each moment of time separately. In fact, we take into consideration only previous values, and next values are not used. And this particularity gives an important advantage, because retrospectively the results that we obtained, they are not revised if you add new points. And it's not clear why bank suggests to use such filter, because in case we have new information, there is no possibility to revise. Okay, we are not contradicting to ourselves, but at the same time, because of particularities of calculation, this methodology is inclined to increase during expansion and decrease during other moments. I will confirm it using example of Kazakhstan. Two-sided filtering takes into consideration all the information, the previous and the next and current. And thanks to that, it helps to get high-quality retrospective, understandable and clear retrospective assessment. But the issue of that method is that if you add new information, you can revise very much the gap, and you can change it completely. In the future, when you have new information, the gap, for instance, was positive, became negative, and then we can be contradicting to ourselves. That's why we come up to an understanding that in our research we should take into consideration merge of these two methods, because these two methods are adding to each other. This is the way we estimate the credit gap, and this is the structure of this presentation. GDP value weekly and seasonally, and for calculation we take into consideration the sliding amount of 4 quarters. Also, we check the credit in economy. Also, we check consumer segment, and the final calculation value of GDP is represented on the right side schedule. Here, we remove seasonality, and we work quarter by quarter. Shortly about additionally, we add 2 forecasting points, means 2 quarters ahead. Why do we do like that? It's not optimal in the final points. We can solve this issue partially. In scientific literature, it's suggested to add prognostic forecasting points. We use the RIMA model. We decided to make a small experiment. If it helps, to add forecasting points to solve partially the issue of the final point in the double-sided filter. We decided to test it in a different ratio in Belarus model. So we take into consideration one line, or we find RIMA model suitable for that, take into consideration criteria of Schwarz, and we draft a forecast 2 points ahead. We make it retrospectively. First, we take into consideration the first quarter, 2018. We build 2 points ahead. Then next quarter, and 2 points ahead again. And for each line, we find different meanings, values. And we find components in the period T. Then, to check if it works or not, this concept, same retrospective procedure we repeat, but we use the points in fact. Also, we have controlled choice, no additional points introduced. So in general, take into consideration the two forecasted points, it helps to solve the issue, but for a particular period of time. So you can see that partially we solved this issue, but not always. In general, many things depends on the volatility of the RIMA model. And in some period of time it works and enable us to add some new information. We are researchers when we want to estimate credit cycles. An important part of our research, I mentioned lambda parameter, that it is stipulated manually by a researcher. Is there any other approaches how to estimate quantitatively the parameter of lambda? There is Peterson paper suggesting to solve this issue the following way. It is based on the concept of the ideal filter, and this way we can imagine the line of GDP as a combination of different fluctuations, different frequencies. For instance, long wave frequency and high frequency, and high frequency is more relevant to cycle. And there is an ideal filter that can split strictly those frequencies, means the boundary is very strict. So such filter can do that ideally and sharply. Another schedule right side bottom is not ideal. There is some HP filter that is not ideal comparing to the ideal one. And Peterson in his work suggests to find optimum parameter for lambda in such a way that in advance we know information and we suppose information about the length of cycle. This way we can try to minimize the distortion effect basing on HP filter and take into consideration ideal filter. This way we can try to find optimum value of lambda. In practice, which way we approach it? Okay, the key aspect is to understand length of credit cycle in economy. For that, in practice, we use selective gram. The sample periodogram for a time series credit to GDP ratio. So this way we can understand which frequencies are the most important in this line. For Kazakhstan, we obtained the following results, that cyclic components are seen each 4th year. Basing on the results obtained in the sample periodogram. Okay, great, but in general, this tool can be not so much precise, but we recommend to take into consideration some threshold values. For instance, to take into consideration 5 years, 6 years, 9 years in Kazakhstan. Then take into consideration this all information on the prior information on the length of the cycle. Then we minimize the distortion effect. HP filter and the ideal filter. Next, we check the lambda value for Kazakhstani data. So for 4 years, it means lambda 73. For 5 years of the cycle length 73, then 347. And then 329 lambda value. Okay, next is to choose just one value out of that. Here, depends on the researcher which way we approached it. We analyzed and applied a lambda value to GDP of Kazakhstan we obtained trendy trajectories. And then, basing on the analysis, we removed 329 because that was quite inertia, according to our opinion. Other values, in general, were close to each other. That's why difficult to choose something exactly. So we choose something in between, lambda 173. So we suggest that for Kazakhstan, optimum is lambda 173. So it's equal to credit cycle around 5 years.
Then we're using this number to our data, and we have the preliminary assessment on one-side filter and two-side filter, and we can see the peculiarity of dynamics of the one-side filter. As I said, the credit expansion of the filter, without seeing the future dynamics, it sees this active growth and has its inertial growth in the future. The same during the limited accreditation. We have the conclusion that we need some kind of correction of this direction, because the HP filter itself is a mathematical procedure. It doesn't see the structure. It just uses the mathematical apparatus. So there is, it needs a hint from the expert side. As we can see, the correction, what do we recommend to the expert? The researcher, the expert that does the analysis of the credit cycles. He is inside the dynamics of accreditation and into these questions, and he understands better if there was overheating of the landing or not, and what kind of point should be corrected. So the logics is built on that. We as an expert are giving the periods of the time range that we need to correct the gap. And we are starting with the two-side filter because it is on the preliminary results giving us a very good retrospective assessment. And then we work this out, especially in the period till 2005. We increased based on our assumptions and the dynamics of lending, so we didn't have any limitations. Or we don't see any foundation for the negative gap. So for this, we corrected up for this period. And then we continue the direction of the credit gap. Another advantage of the two-way filter is when we are correcting one side of the trend, we can change the direction of the assessment within the area of the point. So we change one point and the direction also implies. If we correct the one-way filter, when we do the HP filter with restrictions, and we do it for a different time. So if we change one point, we change one point. We don't have the correction around that. But how can we then consider this expert correction? We developed a special tool that can analyze the fluctuation of the two-way filter from the one-way filter. Based on this analysis, using the stripping instrument, we built a trust interval. This is the lower graphic, and we look at the 10th, 9th percentile, and then we look at this biggest deviation that we see when the most obvious correction is needed. But once again, that is very expert. Here we have the expert that would go through the whole range and see the dynamics through the whole evaluation. So our methods on one side and second side with the limitations are presented on the right graph. Here we use it as a base because we had a really nice retrospective assessment, and then we go from the one-way filter, and the one-way filter has the properties of the two-way filter. And that property to provide nice retrospective assessment. But still we have the same. So from the adding of new points, we don't reconsider it. Having the new data, we have the previous results saved. That's an important property. Now, at the end of our conclusion, the assessment results for the credit to the economy, loans to the population, and consumer loans. As an assessment, that's a discussion question. What should we use? Using the one-way filter is enough because we gave it all the necessary properties. We nevertheless have an opinion that we need to use an average meaning from one-way and two-way filters. That's a discussion point for everyone, how much we should do that, to what point we should do that. So now quite well we can reflect the dynamics of the loaning in Kazakhstan. It looks at the peaks of cycling in 2007 when we had the loaning growing, the mortgage loaning especially. And further on, the dynamics became more and more stable, and the loan gap became fluctuating around zero. Also, we did approbation of our methodology on the other countries participating, including Russia, Belarus, and our assessments come quite well with the outcomes that assess central banks of these countries. So in general, that's all from my side. We developed such a tool that is based on the methodology of the Bank of International Assessment. So we adapted it with our system to get a better assessment of the loan gaps. That's all from my side, dear colleagues. I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Daniil. It was very interesting. On one side, it seems like a very theoretical assessment. A lot of math is done for the curve, but this result has big political value because they're based on what phase of cycle we are in. And lambda is very important. Some of them suggest 400,000 and the 173 you suggest, and that's historically we have a different range, but the precision of this assessment, it will develop on what the policy, the national bank, the regulator will do for the necessity to stimulate or to delay the loans in the economy. That's very important, applicable value that we have. I, as a moderator, will ask one question, and then we will turn to the questions from the audience. On the last slide, you have shown this cycle higher than zero, but we're still in the phase of boom. We can see that in the last several years, there is big growth of the tools of mediation. So this boom or positive gap, it reflects the mediation, financial mediation, or this is overheating? What do you think? Thank you for this question. This is, of course, a very important micro-potential policy question. I would like just to notify there, I would like to talk about the methodology of the tool and not to touch upon the micro-potential policy, if you allow. Yeah, the question from the, was by Fadam, the financial department of the National Bank. So first is the expert assessment. Do we base it on the structural things that we were trying to do, additionally to the analysis of the dynamics, and then besides the building for these further points of the two-way filter, did you think to use some structural tray? And also for the two filter, why did you use 2 points, not more than that? Thank you for this question. Yes, of course, in general, making this decision, in what point do we need the correction? We have to look at the structure, at the accreditation itself, not just looking at the picture. We like dynamics, we don't like dynamics. We, in our analysis, might not go that deep, like the accreditation stuff. In Kazakhstan, we looked at the dynamics on how our tool is working out in different periods. And of course, additionally, we look at the regulator opinion as well. On that, with the National Bank, we did some meetings. We did a meeting on the discussion of this methodology. We received a positive reply. Speaking further, we would like to talk about 2 points. Why 2 points? The concept was built around the ARIMA model. And the ARIMA model in general is quite an average dynamics of this model. So conditionally speaking, in 2-3 quarters, the focus dynamics goes to some stationary trend, and then it doesn't change. using further forecast wouldn't be anyhow useful. And we looked at the literature as well in this opinion, so we used 2 points. Further, it was logical to do some difficult or complicated tools. You suggested to look in more structural manner, like a VAR model, that you suggest, oh, we can extend the range of tools that can be machine learning, and we have to work in the direction of precision. As our results have shown in the period when they received assessments with the 2 forecast points, where we had it mostly going away from the optimal range. It was a high volatility period, and thus the results were far from the optimal. That's how I would comment on that. We had 5 online questions, so let's go by the order. First is the technical. Why you're not using the RMA filters instead of HP? We can use this filter or HP filter rewritten and do the assessment with the Tauman filter. We'll have the same result. We did this assessment, and that is not long, but yeah, this is used quite often. It's quite optimized. You can put in several indicators and it's corrected. If your question is about why we don't have a more structured approach towards the filtration of the credit cycle, that is quite a logical question. For example, in the potential assessment, there is a structural view on the dynamics. Why don't we use this same tool here? That's important to see what specification to use, and I agree with that. Next question. Can we do the procedures of optimization on the page 18? Yeah, go lower. Through the precision tools. Who asked this question if in the audience? Let's have it for the next one. Yes, so you're using Lambda. How stable is that for the 2015, 2020, and other years? That's a good question. On how we can add new information and how our range is changing. The length of the credit cycle, loan cycle. We need to conduct a retrospective, deeper analysis. Here I can just say to confirm the validity of our results. We did the optimal lambda value. This is a loan consumer mortgage population loans. For the data of Kazakhstan, we had lambda 173. That's the length of a loan cycle, around 5 years for all of these loans. Talking about the country panels of other countries that we have analyzed. Kazakhstan is not far from them. We published this for other countries. This is 200, it's like 6 years. And again, lambda 173. We can actually confirm visually looking at the loans in Kazakhstan. It can be a bit disturbed by noise due to structural shifts of 2007, 2009. You can see the peaks of cycle. That's around 5 years. That's how I would comment on that. And in general, more than 1 year, we're using our results. Every time adding the point, the lambda doesn't change. For the short term, it doesn't fluctuate. That's quite stable. Next question is related. You already answered it. The sensitivity analysis, yeah, you talked about lambda already. And the last question is on the method. Why do we use the difference of the module? Again, that's the methodology question. How do we hit this? We can do it with different methods and ways, and the general result would suit us very well. So methodology of HP filters is not that complex or complicated. For simplification, we could use the difference. But for the further methodology development, we can do some more complicated things. Let's thank our speakers. And from the audience, it's a quick question. It's a bit, maybe you are looking at the lambda parameter for the internal assessment. So it's based on the 30-year credit cycle, and you have a 5-year cycle in your model. So won't it happen that that the global regulator is suggesting they're trying to do the fight against the long-term imbalance? So like in your model shows a small cycled fluctuation or deviation on the cycle, like the big structural disbalance for the 30 years. Nice, very nice question. Okay, it's a fair and a difficult question at the same time. We can say that by the lambda 4000, this is more oriented for the long-term trends analysis, where there is statistics for 60, 100 years, from 60 to 100 years. When we deal with our countries where we have 30, 40 years of good statistics, using this lambda 400,000, Armenia would have more or less good results, but for other countries, a lambda 400,000, we can see a negative credit gap that is going on for decades or longer periods of time. And you, as an economic person, as an economic specialist, how can you understand this credit cycle length? That is why our adaptation was aiming at the least credit cycle for our economies to be a little bit shortened. The length of the ranges would be shorter. The length of the cycles would be shorter. So for the credit gaps for the economy of Russia, they have the indicators, the loans of the physical persons, and to do this credit GDP ratio, we receive it just like in the book, the credit cycle, as absolutely, and it can last for around 7 years. Again, the data validates that our credit cycles are shorter, and we have to use lambda 173.
Реклама в целом, что макропотенциальные меры.
So in potential measures, they should also be softer than in global recommendations. I have a comment as well. In fact, we measure different cycles in economy. We can build economy basing on Kondratiev cycle, but no policy we can build with that. But the cycle of work of regulator chairperson is much shorter. So there could be several generations changed, and central bank bankers that are not changed so often with lower turnover, and their life cycle as analysts is very big. So the question is, what is it for? How to measure the length of cycle? Is it to take measures to check balance or to check structural long-term changes in financial market and in economy in general? So 30 years or 15 years cycle is great, but how to split that from the current situations? We are still at some phase because cycle is long, and we just need to take it the way it is, or shall we take sampling out of that? Currently, we have 3 ex-chairperson of National Bank. Thank you very much for finding time and be here. Please stay with us. When we started our today conference about the policy, so the conventional policy of National Bank, you were the first one who went out publicly and explained what National Bank is doing. I was a student in those years, but I remember very well your address. So here is the person who was there during the establishment of the policy. Looks like we have a short break, 20 minutes for coffee break, and please be back here.
clicker.
Құрметті конференцияға қатысушылар, залдағы орындарыңызға жайғасу.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We start our fourth session.
Құрметті қатысушылар, біздің бүгінгі конференция.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we start our fourth session that is called Capital of Kazakhstan, Macro and Micro Perspectives. And the Deputy Director of Financial Stability and Research Department of the National Bank of Kazakhstan, Mr. Jandos Ibraev, is the moderator and chair of the fourth session. And he's working with the financial markets, micro-prudential regulation, and long-term economic growth. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good day, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th Scientific Practical Conference of National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Introspective Analysis of Economical Politics, from Expectations to Solutions. So let us speak about different researches, and today we launch the fourth session that is called Capital of Kazakhstan, Macro and Micro Perspectives. And I believe we can perform this session dynamically. And we analyze the capital market of Kazakhstan. The first speaker is Almaz Brinshinov. The external and domestic shocks as drivers of Kazakhstan's sovereign credit risk, as an empirical SVR analysis of CDS. And he was teaching on industrial economics. His sphere of interest is microfinancial analysis, the analysis of the debt market, assessment of economic metrics in monetary policy. Our second speaker is Kuanish Timirgaliyev from the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. He is a master degree specialist from Tokyo University. His experience working in financial reporting, and his professional interest is loan policy and consumers' loans. We are going to have two interesting presentations on research. I'm sure you're going to have questions. You can ask questions using QR code on your badges on the screen or using the microphone. Don't hesitate. Please be interactive. We're flexible on time. In general, 20 minutes per one speech. I hope we have enough time. So let me give the floor to Almaz, and his topic is external and domestic shocks as drivers of Kazakhstan's sovereign credit risks, as an empirical SWOT analysis of CDS. Good day, dear colleagues. And we are speaking about swaps. Shortly, it's called CDS. We have SWOT model comparing domestic and external shocks. The main motivation is that for the open raw material economy, it is determined by different quoting and global volatility. This is what I try to assess quantitatively. Here is a draft and plan of my study. What does it mean? This is an insurance of risks, against risk. For instance, Jean Dos is asking $100 for 5% of interest rate annually. And in 3 years afterwards, I'm doubting in Jean Dos, in his project. He has lots of loans. And for me, as a lender, I have a risk that he's not going to pay off. I'm asking Koanish, do you know Jean Dos? Can you give an insurance against the credit risk? This is the way model works on the market. To be more precise, CDS is a credit default swap. According to the data, the total amount is $9 trillion approximately, underscoring the scale and importance of this class tools. Regarding the government, for the government, it will be a market price of defaults risk for sovereign issuer. The higher CDS spread, the higher perceived credit risk and cost is. CDS reacts faster than rating agencies because they reflect the current market revaluation of risk. And why CDS instead of credit ratings? There is an example of financial crisis 2008 because Moody and Fitch, they publish their reports with a big lag. They take a big pool of data, they compare data, and only then they publish their report. But CDS are traded on security market, OTC markets, and we can see real quotes in the real-time mode. The motivation. Why CDS are interesting? During the latest years, Sri Lanka crisis showed that they became in sovereign default, taking into consideration the high debt and inflation. Then IMF, as a consequence, when Sri Lanka announced default, IMF straight away involved in their pool. And they listed Sri Lanka in the list of countries that are not suitable for lending. So this case of Sri Lanka lasted half a year. The default happened in springtime, and in December there were strong jumps in advance in CDS. Another interesting case in corporate Silicon Valley Bank, there was default in 2023. It's not a country case, but very demonstrative how far a market can reassess a risk. On the graph you can see on the left side graph from Silicon Valley Bank, there was a huge jump as a result of their default. In one day, clients withdrawn 40 billion US dollars, and next day 100 billion US dollars. For my research, it's important to know the mechanism of the market. And when depositors lose trust, and I use Silicon Valley Bank as an example, when CDS give a signal much earlier than rating agencies. Why CDS of Kazakhstan are important? The answer is simple and direct. As we know, During the latest years, there was a big issue of euro bonds, 2025, for the amount $5.5 billion US dollars. So the key question is, how is Kazakhstani borrowing cost determined? First of all, it's about sovereign bonds trade at a premium to risk-free rate, UST. And the CDS spread reflects the market assessment of credit risk. In theory, bond spread means CDS spread. Therefore, CDS is a key indicator of borrowing cost. So the key findings from literature are quite trivial. Macroeconomic activity from Matsumoto recent research shows that improvement in macroeconomic dynamics reduce spreads. The growth of economy increases the tax payment and decreases the probability of default. But in Bicart and Garcia works, they use high-quality information like purchasing index image, because GDP growth report is published quarterly, so it's not an operative index. So PMI index is the index of activity. Next is currency channel. It's very trivial. Weakening of the exchange rate of domestic currency worsens the perception. Inflation, this is a separate variable, because rising inflation worsens the nominal anchor and increases risk premium, and can bring sharp changes in the exchange rate. The impact of inflation happens not straight away, but through the expectations. Interest rates. If a central bank increases rates, then there is a stress condition, and investors reassess the risk straight away. Oil for Kazakhstan is the key variable, because we are a raw material economy, and the oil price can impact directly CDS. Higher prices for oil, worse CDS are. The last factor is the global risk and VIX index. Higher, then investors start to diversify their portfolio, and they try to withdraw their money, and that's why CDS are growing. Kazakhstan and the research gap, despite big territory, no specialized studies on Kazakhstan. But the country itself, Kazakhstan, is characterized by open, raw materials-based economy with high sensitivity to external factors. That's why Kazakhstan is an interesting case for investigation. Goya author shows that Kazakhstan's CDS have predictive power and may act as leading indicator. So lag changes in CDS can be a predictive indicator for other countries in the region. The author explains it as a high sensitivity to shock and to market liquidity. The work suggests one of the first structures to assess sovereign CDS in Kazakhstan. This data is from January 2018 till October 2025 from Bloomberg and National Bank of Kazakhstan website. These are the variables models. Proxy for the growth is the index of business activity. Basing on international literature, many people started to use BMI index. If we use quarterly data, then we decrease the pool of data and no operative data available. Let me represent CDS graph. There are two main cases. First is about COVID shock, lockdown. CDS grown all over the world. And geopolitical crisis of 2020 resulted in high prices in petrol and high inflation. We see starting from March 2022, there is a big jump in CDS. And further on, we needed lots of time in order to decrease this spread. Briefly, let me explain the methodology of SVAR model, SVAR. So the problem of a SVAR model is that mistakes and errors are intercorrelated. That's why we need to take into account structural shocks. So we make small manipulation with the equation and we get SVAR model. The issue is that we should put limitations on matrix A. There are many different methods for decomposition. We take into consideration holistic journey SVAR model, but I took the other way out. Here is the A matrix, and we put limitations on that. The first group, external block, is prices for oil and VIX. We are price taker, and neither of our variables can impact oil prices. Next is VIX, his exogenic factor, but VIX reacts itself for oil price. Next is a macroeconomic activity. We see it as index of business activity. Let us imagine that it depends only on price of oil. So higher oil price, more income to the budget, and growth of the economy as well. At the same time, the business activity index does not react instantly on VIX, but global volatility impacts the economy. But in Kazakhstan, this effect is smoothened due to the policy and other sectors. There is active lending of credits to economy. So we relate index of business activity to the impact of government to economy. Inflation will depend on the business activity index. Higher business activity index, it warms up the demand more, and demand grows. The interconnection with exchange rate because of high share of imported goods. Line number 4 of matrix A. 0 means no effect. And the parameter 1 means shock for itself. In case of inflation, it reacts for the exchange rate of the local currency because the share of inflation is consisting out of the imported goods. Also, I suggest that inflation does not depend on oil price because making difference from developed countries, in Kazakhstan, historically, this channel is weakened because of regulated petrol prices. Next is exchange rate will react for oil, VIX, and rates of the monetary market. Logically, it's related to economical model. Speaking about the content and rates of money market, it may react to the business activity and no other reactions to other variables. within the frames of SVAR model, we stipulate not all the interactions, but instant reaction links within 1 month. The solution and decision cannot be changed straight away in case of changes of inflation. The business activity index is a generalizing cycle for the rates of the money market. We should take into consideration the specialties of the monetary market, and it is regulated by the tools of national bank. So it's within the percentage range and does not take into consideration the inflation and exchange rate.
Can you see the previous slide? Thank you. Here I talked about this in more detail in the appendix section. How do we form the matrix? We did the legs and IPV results. Here, so we can see for the first period, the oil shock gives the first outcome. Now we all use D-logs in all the data. And we have 27% rate, and VIX is 302. That narrows our CDSP, that is our business activity index, and others will increase. Here I give the impulse functions with the gaps or intervals. You can see all the numbers on the previous slide. Here you can see the key factor. The effect slows down very fast, but the VIX is really stable, and it can be only zero starting with the second horizon. And here we have the forecast error factor and what factors can form the dynamics on the horizon of 1 month. We can see different variations of CDS spreads. Around 24% is oil and 14% by the currency rate. And that's the most important result is from 2 to 4 months for VIX. That means that by the accumulation of the effects, we have the more important role, and the very high share is on the 30% from the first period, and it gives the CDS macroeconomic reflection, and also liquidity and the flow reflection. And you can see the dynamics that is formed by the internal macroeconomic conditions, and we can make a conclusion for the sovereign risk. We cannot consider only macroeconomic risks. We need to look at the global conditions that will form CDS finally. What can explain the self-shocks? This is the depths and the CDS market depths. It is not liquid, but there can be big flows of shares, and that can be also the holders of the sovereign debt. And the country risk itself of not reflected macro indicators and the news news media. The SWAR results gives the indication that we have external SWAR results shows that the dynamics of Kazakhstan sovereign CDS are largely determined by external shocks, oil prices, global volatility, exchange rates. However, a significant portion of the CDS variance remains unexplained by macroeconomic fundamentals. Thus, CDS act not only as an indicator but also as a channel for transmitting external shocks into sovereign risk. This means that changes in global conditions can quickly be reflected in borrowing costs regardless of current macroeconomic indicators. In conditions of active external borrowing and increased global uncertainty, the role of this channel increases significantly. The key takeaway is that CDS analysis can identify vulnerabilities to external shocks and should be considered as an important complement to traditional macroeconomic analysis. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Almas, for your presentation. It was ideal time management. Going exactly into this, the price formation capital are the most important for the long-term development, and you have shown us how that is. I suggest we start this from the slide. Please open the floor for questions and answers. Please ask your questions in Russian, Kazakh, and English. We can answer all the questions. We had a couple of questions already, and let's start. While we are ready for the mic, what is the volume of the CDS market in terms of the Kazakhstan debt? Really, it's not possible to evaluate or assess. We can see only the numbers, and that is OTC, and they're not published in the information, so we can see only through the data feeds or asset prices. How can this data be used by the central or by the national bank? The results, the outcomes show that CDS can be used as an additional market indicator, and it allows to evaluate the market response. For central bank, that can be for the analysis of the financial stability, for the external vulnerability assessment, and monitoring of the sovereign independence. So CDS shouldn't be looked at isolated, but in the union of everything else. So the financial stability, of course, having the interactive example that you had in the beginning. Next question. Taking into consideration low liquidity of the CDS of Kazakhstan, can we trust this indicator? Yes, but again, with some small notifications that the low liquidity can enhance the volatility of CDS because the CDS market is not liquid, is not valid, so it can also see that part of the microdynamics is done by that. So this is CDS and the dispersed composition that I have presented. Thank you very much. Next question. Can we say that CDS in your analysis is the forwarding indicator? Thank you for this question. I would say no, because in our economics, as the CDS market is not valid, we have the euro obligations, and further on it might be considered as an important part of the economy, but CDS in any country is evaluated as a market share, market price. Before the default announced by any market, the OTS can go up. Thank you. If you don't like the answer, you can go to the mic and do the clarification. Do you think that the market not always evaluates high growth as a positive one? It can be overheating and the response. What about the stability of the budget? Thank you for such a big and interesting question. Really, I can agree with you, because if the fiscal growth is not due to positive factors by big influence from the quasi-governmental sector in the institution of development, it can be a negative indicator. But at the same time, we shouldn't forget that really, with a big inflow of the money, we can create workplaces, we improve the business activity, and many things are sent for the development of the financial market, and other factors can happen. For example, this improvement can narrow the CTS, because there will be a tool, ranging tool to it. About the stability of the budget, I think, Jandos, you can comment yourself. For the present moment, you are the speaker. Yes, other questions we will comment on later. Let's go further, and we will have a lot of questions. Do you think that the basic rate can positively influence the CDS decrease? That's the connection not being linear for the micro coordination. I think you understand the question. Yes, really, in the long-term period, we can evaluate it like this. So I did the short-term dynamics evaluation. If the central bank enhances the basic rate, not always we can immediately react for the currency market and securities market. I agree with you. I think that will be the last question, and I will paraphrase it, because part of it we already answered. How the Kazakhstani results can correlate with other outcomes in developing countries? Thank you for this question. So the key moment here is that the Goya research was done, and I suggest you all read it. It is a very vast research. And then it talked about our raw material economy and the quasi-governmental sector, that our CDS will be the leading head factor for many countries. That's of validity, that they react. We can see those jumps that we made that can be considered to be forward-looking or outrunning. Thank you very much. We have 1 minute. I, as a moderator, would like to ask a question. You said that CDS variation or big part is evidenced by the self-shocks. Do you want to improve it further on? The 30-40 variations of CDS are self-shocks. It is not. It doesn't mean that the model is poorly specified. A big share for the sovereign CDS, that can be factors that are not covered by the starts of the macroeconomic, the structure of the debt investors that go, how they differentiate their portfolio, the premium and the news. Like in many research that we heard today, the CDS forming is a lot. So is it a securities market or other? It still is important. Thank you for all the answers. We're ideal in the time. If there are no more questions, let's turn to the other speaker. We'll give the floor to Qanish Temirgaliyev, who will give us his results in capital structure and operational efficiency of business with the specifics that is unique for Kazakhstan. Qanish, the floor is yours. Good evening, dear participants of the conference. The plan is very easy. I will tell you what we study, how we do this, now what data we use for that, and I will give you the results of our work. What do you understand under the operational efficiency of the company? And for those who are financing it, and if we are studying this topic, we cannot escape the Muddy-Miller work, even though it was theoretical, but 100% proved, and that the profitability for the self-capital doesn't depend anyhow on the capital of the company. Even with the debt, the most optimal 100% structure is the debt. Other authors also looked at this topic, and they put their limitations into it. I have to know that Manning work is very important, not only the positive but also the negative side that he has talked about, and the control from the owner to the other side, and also the Myers-Mayev of 1984, talking about hierarchy and the choice of capital, what they are choosing as a source of capital. All these works were trying to prove or to amend to the Modigliani-Miller work, and others, like in 2011, there was Jill and All with a positive connection between ROE and the debt share, but also Gleason and All had the negative connection between the ROE and the share, the debt share. How we will look at that, what is different for us? First of all, that's the data. We are not using the public data. We use the data that the national companies give to the National Statistics Bureau. If you know, all the big and medium businesses have to bring in the application on what they are doing. That is like an annual balance sheet and the report on profit and expenses. For 2023, that's around 20% of small businesses that have given this. It covers a lot, except for the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Defense. So we have a balanced panel from 2009 to 2023. So we looked at these income statements. Besides the quantity indicators, we also know what regions who are the owners of the companies and what they do. If we look at this slide in general, using different data that they are different from other research papers, we have a different kind of data. So we cut the data set by twice. We look at the zero assets, if they don't have any profit or they have a very small capital to be submitted. Let's go further. How we are going to look at this question? We will look at the data and then we will assess. So we have the profitability. We cannot look at the profitability for the self-capital like did Modigliani. That's because of the data that we're looking, because we have the separate report, not consolidated. We're looking at the dependence of the pure profit for the period, assets for the beginning of the period, so that is net income assets. Then we look at the equity and assets share, look at the bank loans and assets, look at the general financial debt, short-term debt, and the size. That is an average profit for the last 3 years. Let's look at the data. On the graph on the left up, we can see the ROE dynamics. In blue, in green, we have big and medium businesses, and in orange, we have small business. This is what is giving us our expectations in 2022, decrease during the inflation. Let's see the graph on the left down. That is the ER dynamics. Here we can see that the big and medium businesses have almost the same dynamics, but the small ones have different dynamics. But on this stage, we can notice that the medium is much closer to the big business than the small business. And then we have the financial debt to assets and bank loans to assets, and that's predictable. In 2016, after the losses, the financial liabilities go up. How was this distributed? What do we see? How we work with that? We can see the percentage of population on the left, and we can see how ER is distributed and ROA. That means that up to 20% of the companies, no matter the size, during all the studied period, they had a negative capital. So they go over it. So this is a little bit less for big and the medium ones. And of course, it's limited to 1. As for ROA, the same situation. 25% of all observations were not profitable, and around 7% that was for companies that had around zero validity. If we want to see interaction between these two indicators, you can see on the table on your screen that distributes our observations in 2D, in profitability and the equity share. On the left, these are big, underneath it's at the medium, and on the right, there are small businesses. What can we see? There is a very accurate picture. The bigger is the equity, the higher you are in profitability. that can be seen in diagonal. But what is also noticed, there is a very big dense area of the companies that have quite a high capital. They don't loan, but they have around zero profit. If we look at the previous graphs, we can see that on the edge of third and fourth, we can actually identify the profitability. And on the level of the third one, we can see the evaluation or assessment of the companies. And no matter the size, we can see two islands. And we saw different years, and the picture is different. We can see the diagonals and the picture.
Further on, we try to understand this anomaly to get the reasons for that. We check the property of the company. We split it into the state-owned enterprises and foreign-owned enterprises. And it's relevant for the private-owned but state-owned enterprises are mainly in the area of high level of capital and low marginality. It's logical because they are not following the income and margin. And they cannot stipulate the financial liabilities, but this is the factor that splits the distribution. Also, we tried to check the type of activity. On the left side, there is a table that helped us to range different industries that having more tendency to smaller island. Other ones remain there. With the smaller results, we managed to do that. Maybe it's a matter of impact of different indices and industries. Probably we get back to that later. Now we are getting the better picture. Now we need to check it. We stipulate 5 specifications and we check the marginality of the current period, which way it depends on the share of own capital. It's a specification number 1. Then we add bank loans and the capital quadrant. In specification number 4, there should be financial liabilities only in percentage. The liabilities taken by companies besides bank loans. But they are almost same like banking liabilities. Specification number 5 is for testing, and separately as the short-term loan is indicated. Each of specification is estimated by the method of the weight quadrants, and we apply different methods where we need tools, and as instrumental variables we take into consideration independent variables. When we check occasional effects, it's different. And from the point of view econometrics and sense, this is the most important thing. 1 legend, 1 star means 95% of importance. 2 stars means 99% of importance. What is it? This is to assess large-scale industries. We need to assess capital ratio, the first level capital. As we see, excluding the specification with effects, it has high importance, and it's positive, means more capital, more marginality is. the determination ratio for all variables is almost zero. So our variables do not explain the marginality of the company, but we don't chase for that. And if we check GMM specification, the column number 5, the constant effects of the cross-monitoring, when we implement the effect of one company, we lose the effect. Speaking about the results of assessment, K1 ratio is present in majority of specification. Its magnitude is closer to the assessment of large-scale enterprises. Let us check the smaller ones. Now we see differences. The assessment of parameters is still important, and we see almost zero magnitude. And as soon as we finish speaking about regression, I will explain it. Banking loans. This is the share of the capital that was not covered by equity ratio value. What do we see? It's expectable. It's not about statistics. It's just simple math. If you have loan, you pay interest rate, and your margin is lower. We see it negative, and we start to lose the importance because we start to apply the effect of the company. So you see the first column, the values. So it could be positive in the equity ratio. As soon as we add loan, we lose magnitude in the share of own capital. And again, we see the differences. In case of the loan, we lose importance. Here we test the factor of ownership. We split it into the state-owned, quasi-state-owned, and private-owned enterprises, and we demonstrate results of the second specification. As you can see, the parameters of equity ratio, K1, difference between state-owned and private-owned. Private-owned, they have higher value. What is important here? The key values for private-owned companies are very important, but we start to lose the importance as soon as the owner is the state. The results of regression is repeated. Absolute zero values and coefficient of determination as well. We lose importance between the share of own capital and marginality for the state-owned enterprise. To summarize, we see a strong statistical relationship between equity, capital, and return on assets. We believe that this dependence mainly reflects the intergroup effect, since individual effect is the effect of increasing the share of equity capital for a given company. So it becomes statistically not considerable. Model profitability is much more dependent on the capital structure than the average. And as we can see on the graph, it depends on the capital structure, but regression cannot catch it up because it tries to catch the average level. Regarding the factors impacting this interrelation, we confirmed that state-owned enterprises do not depend on how much of capital they have. But for private-owned enterprises, the share of own capital is highly important. So it's more important for large-scale companies and less important for minor companies, private-owned. State-owned companies are not statistically significant. To summarize this work, it's not anti-propaganda of loan-taking. This is Kazakhstani reality, and this is an impact of national bank to the asymmetry on the market and trying to assist in the fair assistance in capital. Thank you. Thank you, Kuanish. Lots of insightful moments for future studies. And now let us open Q&A session. We are here in order to improve our researches through the questions. The microphone is on. I will ask a couple of questions from the slide. To make a connection with previous presentations, the lending of loans for trading sectors decreases systemic risks, and loan lending of non-trading sectors makes the system more vulnerable economically. In that regards, there is a question: why loans should decrease the marginality? Do they increase the output? The first effect that I mentioned is a mathematical one. Part of your marginality next year you should give to your lender. So net margin will be less for your business. Next, we need to know, what do you spend your loan for? Was that spent for investments? Investments to increase the producing capacity of your company in the future. Most frequent, this is just turnover means. We don't know exactly. We have some data on loans from each company, and we may suppose that through the changes of your production activities, we can double check. Was that spent to increase your output in the future? This is just a guess. Thank you. Another question: which way the access to the cheap loans impacts the discipline? We have never assessed the impact of debt to its cost. The companies do not inform us what is the loan rate. This data is confidential. We cannot compare it to other sources or information. No answer to that question. Some small enterprises indicate zero in the reports in order to delay the tax payment. Shall we abolish this opportunity? This is a great question. Since small-scale enterprises are just 20% of what's going on in Kazakhstan, such companies are available. Partially, they are filtered. We deducted those who has small value in assets, not to have continuous low margin. We deducted them. We were thinking that company is trying to escape from taxation, and it's majority of small-scale enterprises. So hopefully we addressed it in our research. Thank you. Next question is, what is the difference of regression for each group by size? We can join all of them in one group. I expected this logical question. Probably this method, the traditional one, if we take full interactive dummy model, we would get same coefficients and ratios. The only thing, probably those coefficients would be comfortable to compare for an economist. But being economist, we would like to explore which way each group is living on their own. So it's based on the guess that all those samples are having same discrepancies. So we suppose that small-scale enterprises are different from medium-scale and different from large-scale and different from state-owned enterprises. So you partially have already answered, but please comment. So there is a split on types of industry. What about the other smaller-scale enterprises servicing the main ones? No, we did not split them by industries. We tried to group them according to the main industries closer to diagonal and those who are closer to the corners. But different results we got. We will show the results in our work. It probably doesn't make sense to show that results by results of industries split. Is there any other differences? Sorry, we cannot answer that. There is a question in English. Many sub-questions as well.
How did you test the validity of your instruments? Second, how are these different from dynamic panel models where you add a lagged variable?
I'll be honest, we didn't pay that much attention to choosing the instrumental variables. We have only chosen the basic one to address the indigeneity issue. So our attempt never was to build fully representative model. We just wanted to test the few variables of interest. And the second part of the question was, how is it different? That is normal. I cannot answer this question at this time. Yeah, I haven't tried that method personally.
I guess Juanes will take it home, this question.
Yeah, definitely.
Мы исчерпали вопросы в слайде.
So we are finishing the questions, and we have 2 minutes more. If you still would like to ask your hot questions, the first question from me, is there any analysis of structure of loans depending on region? No, we did not check it by regions separately. We checked variables by regions, and we know that they are concentrated, especially GDP, mainly in Almaty region, Atyrau region, and they take all econometrics on them. My guess is that probably some rural enterprises can be different from operative marginality from urban enterprises. Yes, probably. Because the rural production is lower and less. And most probable it's from agricultural sector. Probably we don't have enough of sampling of that. Second question of mine is take into consideration analysis of state-owned enterprises and private-owned enterprises. Is there any structural changes that you would like to suggest? For instance, to decrease the role of subsidies and development of other capital markets? Good question. It accompanies us during all the years of independence of our state. To answer this question, using results of our research, we need to jump a lot. I can share only my personal opinion. It's difficult to compare the two types of companies by marginality. It's obvious that state-owned enterprise is not even trying to earn money. And in some cases, it does not earn and get subsidies. It's even more efficient to the society. But we don't estimate such cases individually. There are some guesses that private enterprises can manage their capital better than state-owned enterprises. But it's too early to speak about it. Thank you so much. Thank you for interesting reports and productive discussion. Thank you for this opportunity to be a moderator. That was a big honor for me. So let me finalize the fourth session and to summarize the conference.
I give to the Deputy Governor of the National Bank, Vitaly Tutushkin. I would like to thank everyone for this conference. We have a full audience. It stayed as full as it was in the beginning. And I will and I would like to be grateful to our speakers, and I will invite Deputy Governor of the National Bank of Kazakhstan for his final words. So, dear colleagues, we have the final of our Scientific Practical Conference number 6. As I have mentioned, the 4th year in a row we conduct those conferences. 2 of them were before pandemics. And before I read my report, it's always after conference we want to start again. We have a very interesting discussion and presentation, different dive-in depths, and we have this openness to the dialogue, and let's start the next conference right away. So this cycle, first up and then down at the conference, and you can see that everything we do, we don't do in vain. We would like, Jean Doss in the very beginning of his speech said that we would like to have a joint research. So it's not inside the National Bank, but between different institutions. And we can do some joint research study that would be interesting to everyone. So how similar we are, that would be the best of our dreams when we find joint language. So it might be a study that would be of a more interest, that you can see it shows where we are, on what level of development, how deep that is, and are we behind or ahead of some countries. This is something that we actually lack We might have this national bank representative office, maybe a separate or maybe far from that. When we're in Almaty, in Astana, we have some ideas that we will be able to implement together with our Center of Research. So we can put it into the international level with our colleagues from the regional countries, from Central Asia and Caucasus, without, of course, taking the share of other organization. We can do our input, something that we want to talk about with our colleagues, something that we want to make regular. Going back to my final word, I will show the general opinion that today's discussion was very fruitful. We have our full audience. I remember that before we had more empty spaces. We didn't have less tables or less chairs, but with the registration, we had this. This is very, very good to see. And we looked at the local challenges and successes. We had a very live feedback. Not all questions were asked, but we still had a very big discussion. And I would like to thank all the speakers for their topics, for their presentations, for the questions from the audience. With the conclusions and outcomes of the conference, the topics were chosen due to the relevant situation in the economy, with the complex analysis of interconnected processes. We looked at the stability of the state finance, sovereignty risks, and other. The behavior of business and domestic households are interrelated elements. When the microeconomic shocks and other things form the financial stability. At the first session, we dived in, so our outcomes. We looked at the inflation expectations and perception of inflation. We looked at the communication, policy efficiency, and enhanced the economic narratives and twin deficit. Analyzing the macroeconomic shocks and public finances. In the second session, we saw that we need a more balanced approach towards the fiscal policy. We don't have our representatives, but we were able to discuss that and make sure that that's very important. We had to form more balanced fiscal policy formation and to look at the inflation. At the third section, we looked at the credit cycles and financial stability, looked at the analytical tool precision that are used by the regulators, and the society understanding the very big importance. At the fourth session, we looked at the capital of Kazakhstan micro and micro perspectives, looking at the external and domestic shocks as drivers of Kazakhstan's sovereign credit risk. With the previous years, you can see our special publication of the National Bank. With the agreement of the authors, we will put the articles or the abstracts. Why abstracts? Because the research was done and it was published in other journals. So we will need several months for that. And by August, July, we will do that. And then the finalization of the whole conference and my speech, we have to continue the dialogue between practitioners and academic society. For the applicable tasks and the academic part, we can actually see what can be done. Thank you again for this very fruitful discussion. See you next at the next practical conferences of National Bank. Thank you.